The British Empire was a lie built upon a foundation of shadows and bone. In the year 1888, while the world looked toward the grandeur of London and the golden jubilee of Queen Victoria, a darker reality was breathing within the very walls of Buckingham Palace. Behind the velvet curtains and the gilded frames of the royal portraits, a secret resided, a moral failure, so profound that it would have shattered the monarchy had it ever reached the fog-filled streets of the city. We are told of a lineage of pure, noble blood, but the truth is far more twisted. There was another heir, a forbidden son, a creature of the shadows whose very existence was a betrayal of the divine right of kings. Hidden by the church, protected by the crown, and erased from every official record, the secret king lived in the silence between the stones. This is not the history you were taught in school. This is a journey into the moral decay of a dynasty that chose a curse over the truth. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Imagine the heavy mist of a Victorian winter pressing against the window panes of history. Close your eyes and feel the weight of the silk sheets and the distant rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock. We are entering a world of candlelight and cold stone, where every whisper has a consequence and every shadow holds a memory. In the winter of 1888, Buckingham Palace was not merely a home for a queen, it was a sprawling stone organism, inhabited by hundreds of souls who moved through its arteries like silent ghosts. Among these was Clara, a young woman of 19 years, whose life was measured in the polishing of silver and the straightening of linen. To the world outside, Clara was a non-entity, a mere shadow in the service of the British Empire. But Clara possessed a trait that was both a blessing and a curse in such a place. She was an observer. She noticed the way the gaslights flickered when the wind didn't blow. She noticed the way certain corridors seemed to grow colder, even when the coal fires were roaring in the hearths. The Victorian court was a masterpiece of rigid hierarchy and performance. Every movement was choreographed. Every word was weighed. Queen Victoria, the widow of Windsor, sat at the center of this web, draped in the heavy black silk of perpetual mourning. The palace was a monument to her grief, filled with the marble busts of Prince Albert and the haunting silence of rooms that had been preserved exactly as they were on the day he died. This was the era of the Industrial Revolution, a time of steam and steel, yet inside the palace, time seemed to have curdled. There was a thickness to the air, a sense that the grandeur was a thin veil pulled over something ancient and decaying. Clara's duties often took her to the East Wing, a section of the palace that felt increasingly isolated from the bustling activity of the staterooms. Here the carpets were thicker, dampening the sound of footsteps until the silence became an actual weight upon the ears. The wallpaper in these corridors was a deep Regency red, embossed with gold fleur-de-lis that seemed to watch the servants as they passed. On a Tuesday evening in late November, the fog had crawled up from the Thames, wrapping the palace in a cold, gray shroud. The gaslights were turned low to conserve fuel, casting long, dancing shadows against the crimson walls. Clara was carrying a tray of late-night tea to the Queen's private library, a task usually reserved for the more senior staff, but a sudden illness in the household had pushed the responsibility onto her. As she walked, the only sound was the soft rustle of her starch-white apron and the faint clink of the porcelain cups. She reached the threshold of the Queen's private quarters, a place where the history of the world was decided in hushed tones. But as she paused to adjust her grip on the silver tray, she heard it dot. It was not the sound of a mouse. It was not the settling of the old timber or the groan of the stone foundations. It was a rhythmic, deliberate sound. A scraping. A scratching. It came from directly behind the heavy, embossed wallpaper of the corridor. Clara froze. The sound was low, but it possessed a quality that made the hair on her arms stand upright. It was the sound of something with weight, something with intent. It moved with a slow, agonizing cadence, as if whatever was making the sound was struggling for breath. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause. It felt less like an animal, and more like a human finger, long and unyielding, drawing a line across the back of the plaster. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, the tea growing cold on the tray. She looked at the wallpaper. It was perfectly still. There was no bulge, no movement, yet the sound continued. It was coming from inside the wall itself. In that moment, the grand architecture of Buckingham Palace felt less like a fortress and more like a cage. Clara realized then that the walls were not solid. They were hollow, filled with spaces that did not appear on any map she had ever seen. As she stood in the dim light, the scratching stopped. In its place came a low, vibrating hum, a sound so deep it felt like it was originating in her own chest. It was the sound of a secret that had been kept for too long, a secret that was beginning to rot the very structure of the house. Clara knew she should leave. She knew she should deliver the tea and retreat to the safety of the servants' quarters. But the curiosity was a cold needle in her mind. Who or what lived in the spaces between the rooms of the most powerful woman on earth? Clara's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. She forced her feet to move, the silver tray trembling in her hands. She delivered the tea to the library door, where a stern-faced page took it without a word. He didn't look at her. No one in the palace truly looked at each other. They looked through one another, maintaining the illusion of a perfectly functioning machine. But as she turned to leave, she saw the page glance toward the wall where she had heard the sound. For a fleeting second, his mask of professional indifference slipped, revealing a look of pure, unadulterated terror. She retreated down the hallway, but her mind remained in that hollow space. To understand the gravity of what Clara heard, one must understand the environment of 1888. This was the year of Jack the Ripper, a time when the London shadows were already thick with the fear of the unknown. The public was obsessed with the idea of the gentleman monster, the notion that beneath a polished exterior lay a predatory heart. The royal family was the ultimate symbol of that polished exterior. Queen Victoria was the grandmother of Europe. Her children married into every major royal house from Prussia to Russia, but the royal blood was troubled. It was a well-known secret among the elite that the royal malady, hemophilia, was a shadow over the family tree. A single cut could mean death for an heir. This physical fragility created a culture of extreme protection, but it also created a culture of extreme shame. In the Victorian mind, physical ailment was often seen as a reflection of moral standing. If the blood was thin, was the soul also weak? Clara began to spend her few free hours in the palace's lower archives, a dusty labyrinth of records and old floor plans. She was a girl who had been taught to read by a kindly aunt, a rare skill for a maid of her station. She searched for the blueprints of the East Wing, specifically the area surrounding the Queen's private library. What she found was a deliberate void. On the official maps, the space between the library and the adjacent dining room was marked as a solid stone support. But Clara had measured the distance with her own footsteps. There were 6 feet of unaccounted space, 6 feet of darkness that ran the length of the wing. The more she investigated, the more the palace began to feel like a theater set. The grand halls were the stage, but the true play was happening in the wings, in the dark, in the silence. She began to hear whispers among the older staff, the ones who had been in service since the days of Prince Albert. They spoke of the Attic Prince and the King of the Walls. They spoke in riddles, their eyes darting to the ceilings as if the building itself were listening. One night, while cleaning the fireplace in the vacant guest suite adjacent to the library, Clara found a small iron door hidden behind a heavy velvet curtain. It was no larger than a bread box, and it lacked a handle or a keyhole. It was cold to the touch, colder than the winter air outside. She pressed her ear against it. The scratching was back. But this time it was accompanied by a voice. It wasn't speaking words, at least not any language Clara recognized. It was a rhythmic moaning, a sound of profound loneliness and hunger. It was a sound that didn't belong in a palace. It belonged in a tomb. Clara's mind raced with the implications. Could it be a prisoner? A mad relative? The history of royalty was littered with hidden family members, those whose existence would embarrass the crown. But this felt different. The sound was too rhythmic, too constant. It felt like a ritual. She began to notice the small details she had previously ignored. The way the Queen's private physician, Sir William Gull, would carry a black leather bag into the East Wing at odd hours of the night. The way the scent of raw meat would occasionally waft through the ventilation shafts. The way the palace guards would never stand with their backs to the walls in that particular corridor. The moral decay was not a sudden rot, but a slow, creeping infection. The empire was expanding, conquering lands and peoples across the globe, yet here at its heart, something was being hidden that contradicted every value the empire claimed to uphold. The Queen, in her black silk, was not just mourning her husband. She was guarding a secret that sat like a weight upon her soul. A secret that required the walls to be hollow. A secret that required a servant like Clara to remain silent, even as the scratching grew louder every night. As December arrived, the cold became a physical presence within the palace walls. The frost on the windows formed intricate, jagged patterns that looked like skeletal hands reaching for the light. Clara found herself drawn back to the East Wing, her fear now overshadowed by an obsessive need to understand. She was no longer just a servant. She was a witness to a hidden history. The informative nature of her discovery began to take shape as she spent more time in the archives. She found a ledger from the early 1840s, a time when Victoria and Albert were young and the world was full of promise. The ledger belonged to a former master of the household. It contained cryptic entries about the third foundation and the cost of the blood. One entry, dated July 1844, read, "The child is born with the mark. The church advises the ritual of the stone. The Queen weeps, but the line must be protected. He shall be the shadow that supports the light." The mark, the ritual of the stone. Clara's breath caught in her throat. She realized that the secret king was not a metaphor. He was a biological reality. A child born of the royal line who was deemed too marked or degraded to ever be seen by the public. But instead of being cast out, he was incorporated into the very home of his family. He was the secret foundation of the monarchy. To an American or Tier 1 audience, the horror here is not just the physical containment, but the psychological betrayal. A mother hiding her own son within the walls of her house, listening to his scratching for 40 years while she signed laws and greeted ambassadors. The moral decay was a choice made every single day for decades. It was the ultimate cover-up, a conspiracy of the blood. Clara's investigations did not go unnoticed. The palace was a machine designed to detect anomalies, and a curious maid was an anomaly. She felt the eyes of the senior staff on her. The silence in the servants' hall became pointed when she entered. The page she had seen before, the one with the look of terror, disappeared. No one spoke of him. His name was simply erased from the duty roster as if he had never existed, but the scratching did not stop. It became more desperate. Clara began to dream of the walls. In her sleep, the red wallpaper would peel away to reveal not bricks and mortar, but a ribcage of iron and bone. She saw a figure sitting in the dark, its skin the color of old parchment, its fingers worn down to the bone from decades of scratching at the stone. It was a figure that wore a crown of thorns and silver. A king of the void. One evening, Clara was summoned to the queen's private sitting room to assist with the evening lamps. The queen was there, a small, imposing figure in her chair by the fire. The room was heavy with the smell of lavender and old age. As Clara reached for the lamp near the far wall, the scratching began again. It was loud, aggressive, as if the entity on the other side were trying to claw its way through the silk and the plaster. Clara's hand froze on the lamp. She looked at the queen. The queen did not flinch. She did not even look up from her knitting. But her needle stopped moving. The only sound in the room was the crackle of the fire and the frantic, rhythmic scraping from the wall. The queen's face was a mask of cold, hard stone. But Clara saw a single tear escape the corner of her eye and disappear into the black lace of her collar. "Finish your work?" "Girl," the queen said, her voice a low, commanding rasp. "And remember that some sounds are merely the wind in the eaves. To hear anything else is a sign of a troubled mind. And the troubled mind has no place in this house." The threat was clear, but so was the confirmation. The queen heard it too. She had heard it for half a lifetime. The moral decay was not a secret to her. It was her constant companion. The secret king was her son, her shame, and her burden. And Clara was now a part of that burden. The atmosphere in the palace shifted after that night. The air felt charged with a static tension, like the moments before a thunderstorm. Clara knew her time was short. The machine of the crown was beginning to turn against her, but she could not leave without seeing. She had to know what the secret king looked like. She had to know what 40 years of darkness did to a human soul on her final night. Clara stole the master key from the housekeeper's office. She moved through the palace like a ghost, avoiding the main thoroughfares and sticking to the backstairs and service tunnels. She reached the east wing just as the great bell of Westminster struck midnight. The sound rolled across the city, a deep, mournful toll that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the palace. She found the iron door again, the one she had discovered weeks before. This time she looked closer. She noticed a small, circular indentation in the center of the door. It wasn't a keyhole. It was a place for a ring, a royal signet ring. Clara didn't have the ring, but she noticed that the door was slightly ajar, as if someone had recently entered and failed to secure it in their haste. She pushed it. The door groaned on its ancient hinges, a sound that felt like a scream in the silent corridor. Behind the door was not a room, but a narrow, vertical shaft. A spiral staircase made of rusted iron descended into the darkness. The air that rose from below was cold and smelled of damp earth and something metallic. Something like old blood. She descended. The stairs were narrow, forcing her to press her shoulders against the damp stone walls. As she went deeper, the sounds of the palace above faded away. The ticking clocks, the rustling silk, the whispering servants all were gone. There was only the sound of her own breathing and the distant, rhythmic scratching, which was now much louder. At the bottom of the stairs, she found herself in a small, circular chamber. The walls were lined with iron plates, etched with symbols that looked like a mixture of alchemy and scripture. In the center of the room sat a chair, high-backed and made of dark oak. And in the chair sat the king. He was not a monster in the way the stories described. He was a man, or what remained of one. His skin was translucent, so thin that the blue veins beneath looked like a map of a forgotten empire. He was dressed in the finest silk, now tattered and gray with age. On his head sat a crown, but it was not made of gold. It was made of the same iron as the walls, bolted directly into the stone behind him. He was scratching. His fingers, long and distorted, moved in a slow, rhythmic circle against the arm of the chair. He didn't look at Clara. His eyes were wide and milky, focused on a point in the distance that only he could see. He was the secret king, the biological anomaly that the church and the crown had decided to preserve, not out of love, but out of fear. They believed his presence was a lightning rod for the sins of the empire. As long as he remained in the dark, scratching at the stone, the queen could remain in the light. The moral failure was complete. This was the foundation of the Victorian era, a man sacrificed to the silence, so that an illusion of perfection could be maintained. Clara realized then that the scratching wasn't an attempt to escape. It was a clock. He was marking the time until the empire itself would crumble. Clara backed away, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She climbed the stairs, her mind shattered by the sight of the king in the dark. She fled the palace that night, disappearing into the London fog, taking the secret with her. But she knew she would never truly be free, because even in the silence of her own room, even years later, she could still hear it, the rhythmic, inhuman scraping, the sound of a truth that cannot be buried. But as Clara fled, she didn't see the figure standing at the top of the stairs. She didn't see the physician, Sir William Gull, watching her with a look of cold, clinical interest. And she didn't know that the scratching had suddenly stopped. For the first time in 40 years, the secret king had turned his head toward the door. The secret was out of the wall. And the palace was no longer a cage for him. It was a cage for everyone else. The scratching had ceased. But a new sound was beginning to echo through the east wing. It was the sound of a heavy, iron-locked door being opened from the inside. And as the queen sat in her library, she realized that the void in the wall was now empty. To understand what happened next, we must look to the architectural anomaly known as Room 412. The floor that was scrubbed from the history of the world. Architecture is the ultimate form of deception. We believe that stone and mortar cannot lie, but Buckingham Palace is a masterpiece of architectural betrayal. For over a century, the British Crown has maintained a calculated lie, etched into the very limestone of the East Wing. If you stand in the quadrangle and count the rows of windows, the mathematics of the building will begin to fail you. There is a gap, a hidden horizontal void that exists between the second and third floors. This is the forbidden floor, a level that was scrubbed from every official blueprint and deleted from the memory of the Office of Works. It is a place of moral decay where the laws of the empire did not apply. This was not a structural accident. It was a deliberate curse, a space built to contain a secret so volatile that it required its own physical dimension. The blueprints tell you the palace has 3 stories, but the shadows tell a different story. They speak. of a phantom level where the walls are lined with lead and the doors have no handles on the inside. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Imagine the heavy golden dust motes dancing in a single shaft of moonlight within the king's library. Feel the cool, dry air of the archives as it touches your skin. We are no longer in the modern world. We are drifting into the heart of the 19th century, where the flickering gaslight creates a world of deep ambers and velvet blacks. Breathe slowly. Let the rhythm of the past guide your heart into a state of calm. Focused wonder. To understand the mystery of room 412, we must look at the man who designed the deception. John Nash was the architect of the Regency era, a man of grand visions and even grander debts. When he was commissioned to transform the old Buckingham House into a palace fit for a world-spanning empire, he faced a problem that was not merely structural, but psychological. The royal family required a space that was both a stage for the public and a fortress for their private shamans. Nash was a master of the hidden. He built false chimneys to balance the symmetry of the roofline and secret jib doors hidden behind bookcases. But his most daring feat was the creation of the interstitial level. In the official records of the 1820s, Nash was accused of gross overspending. The Parliament was outraged by the spiraling costs of the renovations. What they did not know was that the money was being funneled into a section of the palace that did not technically exist. Nash had been ordered to create a floor that was invisible from the outside and inaccessible from the main grand staircases. He achieved this through a brilliant manipulation of the window heights. By making the second-floor windows unusually tall and the third-floor windows slightly higher than necessary, he created a 6-foot-high void that spanned the entire length of the east wing. For decades, this space remained a silent ghost. It was referred to in the most restricted circles as Room 412, though it was not a room at all, but a labyrinth of narrow corridors and low-ceilinged chambers. During the Victorian era, as the empire reached its zenith, the need for this floor grew. While the Queen sat in her drawing room surrounded by the finest art of the Renaissance, the hidden floor above her was becoming a repository for the things that could not be seen. Enter Arthur Penellegon. In 1887, the year of the Golden Jubilee, Arthur was a young surveyor working for the Office of Works. He was a man of precision, a man who believed that the world could be explained through geometry and measurement. His task was to create a new, comprehensive map of the palace's internal plumbing and gas lines to ensure the safety of the visiting heads of state. It was a mundane task that would lead him to the center of a nightmare. Arthur began his work in the basements, moving upward through the social strata of the building. He mapped the coal cellars, the kitchens, and the servants' quarters with meticulous care. But when he reached the junction between the second and third floors in the east wing, his measurements began to drift. He would measure the height of a room on the second floor, add the thickness of the floorboards and the ceiling joists, and then measure the room directly above it. Every time he did the math, he was left with a discrepancy of nearly 7 feet. At first, he thought it was a simple error of his instruments. He recalibrated his brass levels and his measuring chains. He worked late into the evening, when the palace was at its most quiet, trying to find where the space was going. He stood in the center of the grand corridor, looking up at the ornate plasterwork of the ceiling. To any other observer, it was a solid, beautiful boundary. But to Arthur, it was a lie. He knew there was a hollow space above his head. He could feel the weight of it, a cold, pressurized silence that seemed to push down on him, he began to search for an entrance. He checked every closet, every service panel, and every decorative alcove. He moved through the palace like a man possessed, his footsteps echoing on the parquet floors. He noticed that the senior footmen would watch him with a strange, predatory stillness whenever he approached the east wing. They did not ask him what he was doing, but their presence was a silent warning. One night, Arthur found a clue in the most unlikely of places. He was reviewing a set of discarded sketches in the palace's private archive, drawings that had been rejected by John Nash himself. One sketch showed a section of the wall in the blue drawing room. Behind a large, ornate mirror, Nash had sketched a series of small, recessed hinges. Arthur returned to the blue drawing room that night, his heart thudding in his chest. The room was empty, the furniture draped in white dust cloths that looked like huddled spirits in the moonlight. He reached behind the heavy, gilded frame of the mirror. His fingers brushed against cold iron. With a soft click, the mirror swung outward on silent, well-oiled hinges. Behind it was not a wall, but a dark, narrow opening. A set of wooden rungs was built into the stone, leading upward into a lightless void. Arthur took a deep breath, the scent of old soot and ozone filling his lungs. He began to climb. As Arthur climbed the rungs, the air grew increasingly thin and stagnant. It felt as though he were leaving the world of the living and entering a space that had been preserved in a vacuum of history. When his head finally cleared the top of the ladder, he found himself standing in a corridor that defied every law of palace opulence. The ceiling was so low that he had to stoop, his head nearly brushing the unfinished timber beams. The walls were not covered in silk or wallpaper, but were lined with thick, dull plates of lead, hammered into the stone with iron rivets. This was the interstitial level. This was the floor that didn't exist. The silence here was absolute. It was not the absence of sound, but a heavy, deliberate suppression of it. The lead lining was designed to act as a soundproof barrier, ensuring that no scream, no cry, and no rhythmic scratching could ever penetrate the floors above or below. Arthur clicked on his small brass lantern, the flame flickering in the stale air. The light revealed a long, straight hallway with doors spaced at regular intervals. The doors were made of heavy oak and reinforced with iron bands. They had no handles, only a small, sliding, grated eye-level dot as he walked down the corridor. The floorboards groaned under his weight, a sound that felt like a violation of the silence. He peered through one of the grates. Inside was a room no larger than a monk's cell. There was a simple cot, a small wooden table, and a single unlit candle. The walls were covered in scratched markings, tallies of days or months that stretched into years. But it was the nature of the markings that chilled Arthur to his core. They weren't just lines. They were symbols, ancient and jagged, that seemed to pulse in the periphery of his vision. This was a place of containment. But who were they containing? Arthur realized that room 412 was not just a single room, but a collective term for this hidden colony. It was a secret infirmary for the royal bloodline. Throughout the 19th century, the fear of madness and physical degradation was the primary obsession of the European aristocracy. The British crown, as the most powerful among them, had the most to hide. If a prince showed signs of the marked behavior, if a princes developed a malady that could not be explained by the royal physicians, they were brought here. They were not dead, but they were no longer alive in the eyes of the state. The informative history of the Victorian era often ignores the brutal pragmatism of the monarchy. To maintain the image of divine right and physical perfection, The unfit were simply removed from the blueprints of reality. Arthur found a ledger on a small desk at the end of the hall. It was a record of the inhabitants of the hidden floor. From 1850 to 1880, the names were mostly initials, followed by a brief description of their condition. One entry caught his eye: pH, condition, constant agitation, rhythmic vocalization, requires lead shielding. Arthur remembered the whispers he had heard in the kitchens about the scratching in the walls. He realized that the secret king was only one of many. The interstitial level was a crowded shadow, a parallel palace inhabited by those whose very existence was an act of treason against the image of the crown. The moral decay was not an isolated incident, but a structural necessity. The palace was a machine that required a hidden layer to function. As he continued his exploration, Arthur noticed something even more disturbing. The lead plates on the walls were etched with the same symbols he had seen in the cells. They weren't just decorations or graffiti. They were part of a complex system of containment. He recalled his studies in historical architecture and the fringe theories of sacred geometry. Some architects believed that certain shapes and materials could trap or focus energy. Nash, it seemed, was not just an architect of stone, but an architect of the occult. The lead was there to keep something in, but it was also there to keep the rest of the palace out. The royal family lived their lives just inches away from this hidden darkness, separated only by a layer of plaster and a few feet of lead. They ate, they laughed, they governed, all while the marked ones paced in the silence above their heads. The psychological weight of such a secret would be enough to crush a normal soul, but the crown was not a normal soul. It was a cold, institutional entity that prioritized the bloodline over the individual. Arthur felt a sudden, sharp chill. He turned his lantern toward the far end of the corridor. There, the lead plates had been torn away from the wall. The stone behind them was scorched as if by a high-intensity flame. He walked toward the damage, his heart racing. The stone felt warm to the touch, despite the freezing temperature of the hidden floor. He realized that whatever had caused this damage was not human. It was something that the lead had failed to contain. He heard a sound then. It wasn't the scratching he had heard stories about. It was a low, melodic humming, a sound that felt like it was being generated by the building itself. It was the sound of the secret beginning to leak. The hidden floor was no longer enough to hold the darkness. The architectural lie was failing, the humming grew in intensity, a vibration that Arthur felt in his teeth and the marrow of his bones. He realized that room 412 was not just a prison, but a laboratory. The royal family, in their desperation to cure the maladies of their blood, had turned to methods that the modern world would find unthinkable. They had blended the emerging science of the Victorian era with the forbiddance, traditions of the past. Arthur examined the scorched stone more closely. He saw that the rivets holding the lead plates had been melted from the inside out. This was not the result of a fire. It was the result of a biological or energetic eruption. He thought of the great stink of London and the cholera outbreaks that had plagued the city. The palace was always seen as a sanctuary of health and hygiene, but here, in the hidden floor, a different kind of plague was being cultivated. It was a plague of the soul, a mutation of the royal essence that was being accelerated by the very containment, designed to hide it. To understand the informative context of this moment, one must look at the rise of spiritualism in the 1880s. Queen Victoria herself was known to be fascinated by the idea of communicating with the dead, particularly her beloved Albert. But this interest was not merely a hobby. It was a search for a way to stabilize the marked members of her family. If the soul could be separated from the failing flesh, perhaps the monarchy could achieve a different kind of immortality. Arthur found a room at the very end of the corridor that was different from the others. The door was made of solid silver, tarnished to a deep, bruised purple. It was locked with a mechanism that required 3 separate keys. He pressed his ear to the silver. The humming was coming from inside. It was accompanied by the sound of liquid, a slow, viscous splashing. As if something large was moving in a vat of oil, he realized then that the secret king he had heard whispers of was not just a hidden son, he was a vessel. The royal family was trying to distill the essence of the monarchy into a single, permanent entity. They were trying to create a king who would never die, a king who would be the living embodiment of the empire. But the process was failing. The biological material was degrading, and the energy required to sustain it was eating through the very walls of the palace. The moral decay was absolute. The crown was willing to sacrifice its own children to create a monster of state. Arthur looked at his measuring chain, the brass links dull in the lantern light. He felt a profound sense of insignificance. He was just a surveyor, a man of numbers, caught in a war of shadows and blood. He knew that if he were found here, he would not be allowed to leave. He would become another initial in the ledger, another ghost in the interstitial level. He turned to leave, but the humming stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It was a hungry silence, an expectant silence. He heard a click from the silver door. One of the locks had turned. Then the second. Then the third. The door didn't swing open. It dissolved. The silver seemed to melt and flow into the floor, revealing a chamber filled with a soft, pulsing blue light. In the center of the room was a glass cylinder filled with a swirling, translucent fluid. Inside the fluid, a shape was forming. It was human in outline, but its proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were too long, its fingers ending in delicate needle-like points. Its face was a smooth, featureless mask of alabaster. This was the ultimate secret of room 412. This was the new heir. A synthesized royal, created from the combined genetic and spiritual legacy of the dynasty. It was the final solution to the problem of the failing bloodline. But as Arthur watched, the shape in the cylinder began to thrash. The blue light turned a violent, jagged red. The glass began to crack. Arthur didn't wait to see what would happen next. He turned and ran, his boots thundering on the lead-lined floor. He scrambled down the ladder, his breath coming in short, panicked bursts. He burst through the mirror in the blue drawing room and collapsed onto the parquet floor. He didn't stop to close the mirror. He ran through the darkened palace, through the grand halls and the silent corridors until he reached the cold, foggy air of the courtyard. He never went back to the office of works. He burned his maps and his ledgers and fled to the countryside, changing his name and living a life of quiet, terrified obscurity. But he could never forget the measurements. He could never forget the 7 feet of missing space that held the future of the world. Years later, as an old man, Arthur would sit by the fire and look at the shadows on the wall. He would think about the Jubilee of 1887, when the world cheered for a queen who sat just inches away from a dissolving silver door. He realized that the empire was not a collection of territories, but a collection of secrets. And the most dangerous secret of all was the one that lived in the architecture. The informative truth of Buckingham Palace is that it is a living document of a dynasty's desperation. The East Wing, with its phantom floor and its lead-lined corridors, is a testament to the length a family will go to preserve its power. The moral decay was not a bug in the system. It was the feature that allowed the system to survive the transition into the modern age. But the question remained, what happened to the shape in the glass? If the hidden floor was a containment field and the field was failing, then where did the new heir go? History tells us that in the years following the Jubilee, the royal family underwent a series of strange, private tragedies. Deaths that were announced with little detail. Heirs who were moved to seaside retreats and never seen again. The official blueprints of the palace were updated in 1913, and this time the East Wing was shown as a solid, unified structure. The discrepancy in the windows was corrected with decorative stonework and false shutters. The lie was perfected, but those who know where to look can still see the truth. If you stand in the mall at dusk and watch the lights of the East Wing, you will notice that the windows on the second and third floors do not always behave as they should. Sometimes a light will appear in the darkness between the levels, a soft, pulsing blue light that moves with a rhythmic, liquid grace, and the scratching. The scratching did not stop with the secret king. It simply moved. It is no longer in the walls of the corridors. It is in the foundation of the throne itself. The psychological burden of the hidden floor was passed down from generation to generation, a silent inheritance of lead and silver. The monarchy is not just a political institution, it is a structural containment project. Arthur died with a secret he could never fully articulate. He died knowing that the world was built on a series of rooms that do not exist. But as he took his final breath, he heard a sound that he had not heard since that night in '87. It was a soft, melodic humming coming from the corner of his bedroom. The air grew cold, and the scent of old soot and ozone filled the room. He realized then that room 412 was not a place you could ever truly leave. Once you have measured the void begins to measure you. The architectural betrayal was not just in the stone. It was in the mind. The moral decay of the Victorian era did not end with the death of the Queen. It simply evolved. The secrets of the East Wing were folded into the fabric of the 20th century, becoming the shadows that haunt the corridors of power to this day. We walk through these grand spaces, admiring the art and the history, never realizing that we are standing on a floor that doesn't exist. But the most terrifying thought of all is not that there is a hidden floor. It is that the hidden floor is now the only one that matters. The new heir, the featureless mask of alabaster, the needle-like fingers, these are the things that truly govern. From the interstitial level. The public-facing monarchy is merely the wallpaper, a thin layer of silk and gold designed to hide the lead plates and the scorched stone, the silence of the modern. Crown is not a sign of stability. It is a sign of successful containment. But every container has a limit. Every architectural lie has a crack. And as the years go by, the humming is getting louder. The rhythmic scratching is becoming a rhythmic pounding. The door with no handles is beginning to shake. The architectural mystery of the East Wing was only the beginning of Arthur's discovery. As he fled the palace that night, he dropped a single charred page from the ledger he had found. That page contained a name that would link the hidden floor to a man the world thought it knew. A man whose medical secrets were as dark as the interstitial level itself. To understand the true source of the marked blood, we must follow the trail to the royal physician's private study and uncover the secret ledger of Sir William Gull, the patient zero who changed the course of the empire forever. Science is often the most effective shroud for a sin. In the late 19th century, the world believed it was entering an era of enlightenment. But in the private chambers of Sir William Gull, the physician in ordinary to Queen Victoria, science was being used to curate a nightmare. We have been told the lie of the royal malady, a simple weakness of the blood that haunted the Windsor line. But the truth is a forbidden curse that no medical textbook would dare to print. Buried within a private, leather-bound ledger, hidden for over a century, is the evidence of a profound betrayal of the human species. Sir William Gull did not just treat the royal family. He managed a biological anomaly that he referred to only as Patient Zero. This was not a child of man. It was a creature with non-human traits, a biological deviation so shocking that it required the entire weight of the British Empire to keep it buried. The Church provided the soul-saving rhetoric, while the physician provided the chemical silence. This is the moral decay of a dynasty that chose to experiment on its own blood rather than admit its corruption. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Imagine a private study in London 1888. The heavy rain of November streaks the window panes, luring the world outside into a gray, watery ghost. Inside, the fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting long, flickering shadows against walls lined with jars of preserved specimens and leather-bound volumes of forbidden anatomy. Breathe deeply. Feel the stillness of the room, the weight of the secrets held within these walls, and let the hypnotic rhythm of the past draw you into the depths of the physician's mind. To understand the secret of Sir William Gull, one must first understand the man himself. In the eyes of Victorian society, Gull was the pinnacle of medical achievement. He was a man of cold, surgical precision, a baronet who had risen from humble beginnings to become the personal healer to the most powerful woman on earth. But behind the professional mask of the royal physician lay a man who viewed the human body not as a sacred vessel, but as a machine to be dismantled and reassembled. He was a man who walked the fine line between the brilliance of discovery and the darkness of the occult. In the autumn of 1888, the streets of London were paralyzed by the terror of Whitechapel. The shadows were deep, and the air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and fear. But while the police searched the alleys for a common killer, Sir William Gull was occupied with a much older, much more significant horror. He sat at his mahogany desk, a single candle illuminating the pages of a ledger that existed on no official inventory. This was his private record, a book of shadows where he recorded the cases that were too sensitive for the eyes of the Royal College of Surgeons. The ledger was bound in the skin of an unknown creature, cold to the touch and unnaturally smooth. On the first page, written in Gull's meticulous, looping script, were the words, "The study of the prime origin," and beneath it, the designation that would haunt the few who ever glimpsed it. Patient Zero. As we journey into the text of this ledger, we find ourselves at the intersection of medical science and moral collapse. Gull's notes do not begin with a diagnosis, but with an observation of the impossible. He describes a birth that took place in the deepest recesses of the palace. A birth attended by no midwives, only by himself and a high-ranking official of the church. The child, he noted, did not cry. It did not breathe the air of the room. Instead, it emitted a low, vibrating hum that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the foundation. Gull's initial anatomical survey of Patient Zero is where the informative nature of this story becomes truly chilling. He describes a skeletal structure that was not comprised of bone as we know it, but of a dense, semi-translucent material that resembled organic silica. The joints did not move on hinges of cartilage, but seemed to glide on a thin film of iridescent fluid. Most disturbing of all was the heart rate. A human infant's heart beats rapidly, a frantic rhythm of life. Patient Zero's heart beat only once every 4 minutes. A single, deep thud that shook the table upon which it lay. How does a physician, sworn to protect life, react to such a discovery? In Gull's case, he reacted with a thirst for knowledge that overrode every ethical boundary. He saw in this creature not a monster to be feared, but a potential for the evolution of the monarchy itself. If this non-human trait could be harnessed, if the longevity indicated by such a slow heart rate could be transferred to the royal line, the British Empire would never need to fear the passage of time. The ledger becomes increasingly detailed as Gull documents the growth of patient Zero over a period of 20 years. Because the creature did not age at a human rate, its containment required a permanent, static environment. Gull transformed a section of his own cellar into a sterile, lead-lined vault, a precursor to the hidden floors that would later be built into the palace itself. He spent his nights in this vault, observing the creature through a thick glass viewing port, his quill scratching tirelessly against the parchment. One of the most informative and unsettling entries in the ledger concerns the creature's nutritional requirements. Patient Zero did not consume food or water. Instead, Gull discovered that it absorbed energy through its skin, specifically from certain rare minerals and chemical compounds. He experimented with various tinctures of gold and silver, noting how the creature's translucent flesh would glow with a soft, bioluminescent hue when exposed to these elements. This was the true origin of the royal gold tinctures that were rumored to be used by the Queen during her later years. They were not medicines, but the refined waste products of patient Zero's metabolism. The royal family was not just hiding the creature, they were consuming it. They were attempting to integrate its non-human essence into their own failing biology. This is the moral decay at the heart of the conspiracy. To maintain the illusion of health and vitality, the leaders of the empire were participating in a form of biological vampirism, orchestrated by the cold hand of Sir William Gull. Gull's notes reflect a growing sense of detachment from humanity. He speaks of the common man with a disdain that is palpable on the page. To him, the masses were merely a source of raw material, a biological background against which the perfection of the new blood could be measured. He began to conduct clandestine surgeries, bringing volunteers from the slums of London into his private laboratory. His goal was to see if human tissue could be grafted onto the silica-based structure of patient Zero. The results of these experiments were catastrophic. Gull describes in graphic clinical detail the way the human flesh would reject the graft, not through simple infection, but through a process of rapid crystalline decay. The human subjects would turn into pillars of salt-like substance within hours of the procedure. Gull viewed these failures not as tragedies, but as necessary data points. He was searching for the key of synthesis, the missing link that would allow the human and the non-human to merge. During this time, the Church's involvement became more pronounced. A specific group of high-ranking clerics, known as the Guardians of the Secret, would visit Gull's laboratory at midnight. They did not come to pray for the subjects. They came to ensure that the divine essence of the creature was being handled with the proper ritualistic care. They believed that patient Zero was not a biological anomaly, but a celestial vessel, a gift, from a higher power intended to ensure the eternal rule of the crown. The psychological layer of this story is found in the way these men of God and men of science justified their actions. They convinced themselves that they were serving a higher purpose, that the suffering of a few low-born Londoners was a small price to pay for the stability of the world order. The ledger records their conversations, their hushed debates over the nature of the soul and the limits of the flesh. They were men who had lost their way in the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Their moral compasses shattered by the proximity to something that defied the natural law. Gull's entries in 1888 take on a frantic, almost delirious tone. He was aging, his own body failing him, and he was desperate to complete the synthesis before his time ran out. He began to suspect that the creature, Patient Zero, was aware of his efforts. He noted that the rhythmic humming had changed in frequency, becoming a sharp, dissonant vibration that cracked the glassware in his lab. The creature's eyes, which had remained closed for 2 decades, began to open when the eyes of Patient Zero opened. Sir William Gull saw not a mind he could understand, but a void that threatened to swallow his own. He describes the eyes as being devoid of pupils or irises, instead resembling polished spheres of obsidian that reflected the entire room in a distorted, panoramic fisheye view. Within those reflections, Gull claimed he could see things that were not physically present in the room shadows of people who had died years ago, and visions of a London that was yet to be built. The creature's awareness brought a new level of complexity to the containment. Patient Zero began to communicate, not through speech, but through a form of direct neural resonance. Gull reported experiencing intense headaches and vivid hallucinations whenever he entered the lead-lined vault. He would hear a voice that sounded like the scraping of metal on glass, whispering secrets about the royal lineage that even he did not know. The creature claimed that it was not a freak of nature, but the true heir, and that the family currently on the throne were merely its custodians, keeping the seat warm until the crystalline king was ready to ascend. This information presented a profound threat to the stability of the empire. If the creature was indeed an ancestral entity, a primitive origin of the royal bloodline, then the entire structure of the British monarchy was built on a lie of displacement. The current royals were not the rightful rulers, they were the jailers of the true sovereign. Gull discussed this with the guardians of the secret. Their response was cold and decisive. The creature must never be allowed to communicate with anyone outside of the inner circle. The synthesis was no longer just an experiment. It was a race to subsume the creature's power before it could reclaim its throne. Gull's ledger then shifts to the events of August 1888. He records a significant breakthrough in his chemical research. He had developed a compound he called the vitriol of stasis, a liquid, that could temporarily paralyze the non-human nervous system of Patient Zero. This would allow him to perform more invasive procedures without the interference of the creature's mental projections. But the use of the vitriol had a side effect. It required a constant supply of fresh human endocrine fluid to remain stable. This is where the story connects to the darkest chapter of Victorian history. Gull's ledger contains a series of dates and locations that correspond exactly to the Whitechapel murders. He does not name himself as the killer, but he speaks of the collector, an agent who was sent out into the fog to procure the necessary biological catalysts. The murders were not the work of a sexual deviant or a common madman. They were a state-sanctioned medical harvest, a desperate attempt to keep the vitriol of stasis active so that Gull could continue his work on patient zero. The moral decay had reached its zenith. The physician to the Queen was overseeing a series of ritualistic killings to fuel an experiment on a non-human entity, hidden beneath the streets of London. The Church turned a blind eye, and the Crown provided the logistical support to ensure the police were always looking in the wrong direction. The ledger describes the arrival of the catalyst at Gull's back door. The way the fluid was extracted in the cold light of the laboratory, and the way the bodies were disposed of to look like the work of a disorganized predator. As we listen to this account, we must ask ourselves, what does it mean for a nation to be built on such a foundation? The Victorian era is often portrayed as a time of rigid morality and family values, but the reality held within Gull's ledger suggests a society that was rotting from the top down. The greatness of the empire was a mask for a terrifying biological reality. Gull's health continued to decline. He suffered a series of strokes, which he believed were caused by the creature's mental attacks. In his final legible entry, he expresses a profound sense of regret, not for the lives he had taken, but for his failure to complete the synthesis. He realized that patient zero was not a passive subject. It had been playing a longer game than he could have imagined. It had allowed Gull to perform the experiments. It had allowed the royal family to consume its essence, because it was slowly transforming them into it. The later pages of the ledger are filled with shaky, incoherent scribbles and anatomical drawings that no longer resemble anything found on Earth. Gull had begun to draw patient zero not as a single entity, but as a sprawling fractal growth that was slowly spreading through the foundations of the city itself. He believed the creature's silica-based nervous system was connecting with the iron pipes and the stone sewers of London, turning the entire metropolis into a sensory organ for its non-human mind. The psychological weight of this realization drove Gull into a state of catatonic despair. He began to see the royal family not as his employers, but as the infected. He noted that the Prince of Wales had developed a strange metallic sheen to his eyes, and that the Queen's voice had taken on the same vibrating hum that he had first heard from the infant patient zero. The royal blood was no longer human. The synthesis had happened, but not in the way Gull had intended. Instead of the crown controlling the creature had assimilated the crown. In a rare moment of clarity, Gull wrote, "We thought we were the masters of the cage, but we have only succeeded in making the cage our own skin. The empire is no longer ruled from the throne, but from the void between the heartbeats." This is the ultimate moral failure. By trying to cheat death and ensure eternal power, the guardians of the state had surrendered their humanity to something ancient and indifferent. Gull's final days were spent in a twilight state, confined to his own home, guarded by men who were no longer quite human themselves. The ledger ends abruptly on a page dated January 1890. The last words are not written in ink, but are etched into the parchment with a sharp instrument, perhaps a fingernail. They read, "The shadow is in the portrait. He is watching us from the frames." This final entry points us toward the next layer of the conspiracy. The ledger was eventually recovered by the guardians of the secret after Gull's death, but not before a single copy was made by a terrified medical assistant. This assistant, a man named Netley, was later found dead in the Thames, his body exhibiting the same salt-like crystalline decay that Gull had described in his failed experiments. The copy of the ledger disappeared into the black market of the occult, resurfacing only decades later in the private archives of a Tier 1 University. As we reflect on the informative details of Sir William Gull's secret, we are forced to confront the fragility of our own history. We trust the records, the biographies, and the official narratives, but those narratives are often constructed to hide a truth that is too disturbing for the public to handle. The physician's secret is a reminder that behind every great institution, there are men like Gull men who are willing to cross any line, commit any atrocity, and sacrifice any number of lives to protect a lie that has become their entire world. The atmosphere of 1888 was one of transition, of a world moving from the old ways to the new. But Gull's ledger tells us that the old ways were never truly gone. They were simply repackaged in the language of science and progress. The crystalline king still sits in the dark, his heart beating once every 4 minutes, his mind connected to the very fabric of the city we walk in today. The cold rain continues to fall on the streets of London, washing away the traces of the past. But the ledger remains. Its pages are a silent witness to a time when the blood of kings was tainted by the ambition of a doctor and the hunger of a god. The fire in the study has gone out, and the room is finally reclaimed by the shadows. But the shadows are not empty. They are filled with the presence of patient zero, waiting for the moment when the last of the human blood finally turns to silica. The legacy of Sir William Gull did not die with him in 1890. His scientific approach to the occult and his ruthless management of the royal biology laid the groundwork for a century of hidden medical advancements. We see the echoes of his work in the clandestine research facilities of the modern era, where the quest for the synthesis continues under new names and different banners. The physician's secret is the blueprint for a world where the elite are no longer part of the same species as the people they rule. The informative power of this story lies in its ability to make us question the very nature of our leaders. If the moral decay of the Victorian era was this profound, what has changed in the years since? The lead-lined vaults may have been replaced by high-tech bunkers, and the vitriol of stasis may have been replaced by advanced gene editing, but the underlying drive remains the same: the preservation of power at any cost, and the hiding of the non-human truth that sits at the center of the web. As you drift towards sleep, consider the weight of the secrets that surround you. The history books in your library, the monuments in your parks, the very architecture of your cities, all of it is a thin veneer over a reality that is far more complex and far more disturbing than we are led to believe. Sir William Gull knew this. He lived his life in the service of that reality, and he paid for it with his soul. The ledger is closed now. Its dark, smooth cover reflects the dying light of your own room. The story of Patient Zero and the royal physician is once again consigned to the silence. But the silence is not empty. It is a thick, heavy blanket woven from the threads of a 1,000-year-old conspiracy. It is the silence of the palace walls, the silence of the hidden floors, and the silence of a heart that beats only once every 4 minutes. Listen to the rhythm of your own breath. Feel the warmth of your own human blood as it flows through your veins. It is a precious, fragile thing, a legacy that has not yet been traded for the cold permanence of silica. Cherish that humanity, for there are those who would take it from you in a heartbeat. Just as they took it from the people of Whitechapel, and just as they took it from the child who became Patient Zero, the darkness is complete now. The gaslights of 1888 have long since flickered out. But in the corner of your eye, in the reflection of a mirror or the frame of an old photograph, You might see a faint bioluminescent glow. You might hear a low vibrating that seems to come from the very earth beneath you. Do not be afraid. It is only the past reaching out to remind you that the truth is never truly buried. It is only waiting for someone with the courage to look behind the wallpaper and read the words that were written in blood and gold. The journey of Sir William Gull has reached its end. But the story of the Windsor shadow is far from over. The moral rot has spread, and the next chapter of this hidden history takes us from the laboratory of the physician to the grand galleries of the palace itself. For there is a reason why certain members of the royal family are never photographed from the left side, and why one specific portrait in the long gallery is never allowed to be cleaned. Gull's final note mentioned a shadow in the portrait, a figure that watches from the frames of the royal collection. There is a painting in the East Wing that has not been moved since the year of the Jubilee. It depicts a young prince, but if you look closely at the eyes that Gull described as obsidian spheres, you will realize that the paint is still wet, decades after it was applied. To understand how the non-human blood of patient zero was immortalized in art, we must look at the child who never grew and the secret of the shadow in the portrait. A portrait is a curated lie. For the British royal family, oil on canvas was the ultimate weapon of censorship. If you walk through the long galleries of Windsor or Buckingham Palace, you will see the idealized faces of a dynasty, frozen in a state of eternal grace. But look closer at the edges of the 1864 family portrait. Behind the heavy velvet drapes and the gilded furniture, there is a hand that does not belong. There is a child standing in the deepest, most unnatural shadow, a figure that has been deliberately overpainted with layers of bone-black pigment. This is the betrayal of sight. We are told of the children who lived and the children who died, but we are never told of the child who never grew. For 40 years, the court painters were forced to include a figure that remained 6 years old while his siblings aged, married, and withered. This was a biological curse hidden by art, a moral decay where a mother preferred to hide her son in a veil of paint rather than face the truth of his stagnation. The church called it a miracle of stasis, but the physician's ledger called it the ultimate failure. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged oil and linseed fills the air. Imagine the vast, echoing halls of a royal gallery at midnight. The moon casts long, pale rectangles across the polished floorboards, and the eyes of 1,000 ancestors seem to track your every move. Breathe slowly. Feel the cool, still air of the museum, the weight of centuries of secrets pressing against the canvas. Let the rhythmic drip of a distant leak and the smell of old varnish draw you into a world where what is seen is only half the truth. To understand the mystery of the shadow in the portrait, we must first understand the role of the court painter. In the 19th century, men like Franz Xaver Winterhalter were the gatekeepers of the royal image. Their brushes did not just capture reality, they created it. They smoothed the wrinkles of the elderly, brightened the eyes of the sick, and ensured that the royal bloodline looked as divine as the public believed it to be. Winterhalter was a master of light, known for his ability to make silk shimmer and skin glow with an inner radiance. But in his private diaries, he spoke of a commission that nearly drove him to madness. In the summer of 1850, Winterhalter was summoned to a private studio in the north wing of the palace. He was told that he was to paint a new family portrait, but with a condition that defied all artistic logic. He was to include a child, a young boy named Prince John, who was to be positioned at the edge of the frame. However, he was instructed never to paint the boy's face in direct light. He was told to use a technique of heavy glazing, layering dark umbers and soot-based blacks until the child was more of a silhouette than a person. Winterhalter was an artist of the high Renaissance tradition. He understood the use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark. But this was something else. This was a demand for total visual erasure. As he worked, he noticed something that chilled his artistic soul. The young Prince John did not sit for him like the other children. He did not fidget. He did not blink. He sat in a high-backed chair, his small hands resting on his knees, and he remained perfectly still for 6 hours at a time. But it was the boy's eyes that haunted the painter. Even through the darkness, he was forced to paint. Winterhalter could see a gaze that was far too ancient for a 6-year-old child. The boy's skin had a translucent marble-like quality, similar to the silica-based flesh described in Sir William Gull's Secret Ledger. Winterhalter began to realize that he was not painting a child, but a biological anomaly that was being preserved in art just as it was being preserved. In the hidden floors of the palace, the informative nature of this conspiracy reveals itself when we compare the royal portraits across a 20-year span. If you look at the sketches from 1855, 1865, and 1875, the royal family ages normally. Victoria grows more somber, Albert's hair thins, and the children grow into young adults. But in every single painting, in the far left or far right corner, there is the same 6-year-old silhouette, the same height, the same small, unmoving hands, the same unnatural shadow. This is what art historians call pentimento, the reappearance of an image that has been painted over. Modern X-ray and infrared analysis of these canvases have revealed a horrifying reality. Beneath the layers of black paint used to hide the child, the original brushstrokes show that the boy was once painted in full detail. In the earlier layers, his eyes are wide and obsidian black, his skin glowing with a faint bioluminescent light. But as the years went on, the crown ordered the painters to cover him more deeply. They were literally painting him out of history, layer by layer. Year by year, the moral decay here is found in the psychological impact on the rest of the family. Imagine the other royal children being forced to stand for portraits next to a brother who never changed. They would see him in the studio, a silent, unmoving statue of a boy, while they felt the weight of time and mortality. They were the living heirs, but he was the eternal one. The jealousy and the terror that this must have inspired would have rotted the family from the inside out. They weren't just a family. They were a containment unit for a secret that refused to age. By the 1870s. The use of photography began to threaten the crown's ability to control its image. A camera does not have the same capacity for creative censorship as a painter's brush. Yet, if you search the royal archives for photographs of the era, you will notice a recurring anomaly. In group photographs of the royal family, there is often a strange, blurred shape at the edge of the plate. It was often dismissed as a spirit or a fault in the development process, but we now know it was the physical presence of the child, who never grew. The informative context of Victorian photography is crucial here. Long exposure times required subjects to remain still for several minutes. While the Queen and her children often showed slight blurring from a moved head or a shifting hand, the shape in the corner was always perfectly, unnaturally sharp. This indicates that whatever the figure was, it possessed a degree of physical stasis that exceeded human capability. It was more like a stone monument than a living boy. Winterhalter died in 1873, and the task of painting the royal shadow fell to a series of lesser-known artists, men who were chosen more for their discretion than their talent. One of these was a man named Elias Thorne, a restorer who worked in the secret basements of Windsor. Thorne was tasked with maintaining the older portraits, which really meant adding new layers of black glaze to ensure the hidden child remained hidden. Thorne's private journals, discovered in a hidden compartment of his easel decades later, provide a first-hand account of the psychological toll of this work. He wrote about the pigment of the grave, a specific mixture of crushed coal and ground-up linen that he was forced to use. He claimed that the linen came from the very bedsheets of the secret king, and that it carried a scent of ozone and ancient dust. As he painted over the figure in the portraits, Thorne felt as though he were participating in a slow-motion burial. "I am not a painter," he wrote in 1882. "I am a jailer of the eyes. Every time I apply a layer of shadow, I feel the boy's gaze pushing back against the brush. He is not behind the paint, he is within it. He is watching the world through the cracks in the varnish." This introduces a terrifying psychological layer to the story. If the secret king was being preserved in art, was he also using the art as a window? The Victorian obsession with living portraits and haunted galleries was not just a literary trope. For the royal family, it was a daily reality. They lived in rooms where their hidden shame was physically present, woven into the very fabric of the decor. The moral decay had moved from the blood to the walls. Thorne also noted that the shadow was not always in the same place. When he would return to a painting after a week, he would find that the child's hand had moved an inch to the left, or that the silhouette had shifted its posture. He would have to scrape away the old paint and reapply the shadow to hide the movement. The paintings were not static. They were changing, as if the entity they depicted was trying to find a way out of the two-dimensional prison. To the American or Tier 1 audience, this taps into a deep-seated fear of the uncanny valley, the point where a representation of a human becomes too close to reality yet remains fundamentally wrong. The shadow in the portrait was the ultimate uncanny valley. He was a prince, a brother, a son, but he was also a monster of stasis. Thorne's mental health eventually collapsed. He began to claim that he could hear the child whispering from the canvases, a low, vibrating hum that matched the descriptions in Sir William Gull's ledger. He was found one morning in the Great Gallery, having slashed several of the portraits in a desperate attempt to let the boy breathe. He was quietly removed to an asylum, and his name was scrubbed from the royal records, but the paintings remained. The gashed canvases were repaired by a new set of silent artists, and the shadows were made even deeper, even blacker as we move into the late 19th century. The informative history of royal art becomes even more sinister. The Crown began to commission post-mortem portraits of the child, even though he had not died. These paintings were intended to create a paper trail of a normal life and a normal death. They showed a child in a coffin surrounded by Lalla and weeping angels. But a close inspection of these works reveals a startling detail. The corpse in the painting has the same face as the boy in the portraits from 30 years prior. The betrayal was now being documented in reverse. They were using the image of death to hide the reality of an immortal stagnation. The moral decay had reached a point where the concept of life and death had become interchangeable for the monarchy. They were living in a world of symbols, where a layer of paint was more real than a human soul. During the renovation of the East Wing in 1888, the same year as the architectural Anomalies of room 412. A group of workers discovered a hidden gallery behind a false wall. This room contained dozens of portraits that had never been seen by the public. These were the true versions, the paintings before the shadows were added. One worker, who later spoke to a journalist under the promise of anonymity, described a painting of a boy with skin that looked like polished silver and eyes that seemed to pull the light out of the room. It wasn't a child, the worker said. It was a blueprint. It looked like someone had tried to build a person out of glass and secrets. The true versions were immediately confiscated by the guardians of the secret and are believed to have been burned. However, rumors persist that one of these paintings was smuggled out of the palace and sold to a private collector in America. This painting, known in occult circles as the Boy in Silver, is said to cause a profound sense of unease in anyone who looks at it. It is an artifact of a moral decay that spans continents, a visual record of a biological crime. The psychological layer of this story also involves the Queen's own relationship with these paintings. It is documented that Victoria would spend hours alone in the galleries, talking to the portraits of her family. To the world, she was a grieving widow. But to those who knew the secret, she was a mother attempting to maintain a connection with a son who was no longer human. She would order the candles to be placed specifically so that the shadow was illuminated, as if she were trying to coax him out of the darkness. This behavior highlights the tragic human element within the conspiracy. Even a queen, with all the power of an empire, is not immune to the pain of a broken family. But her solution was to institutionalize the lie. She chose the stability of the crown over the humanity of her son. The shadow in the portrait was her creation as much as it was the painter's. The technical analysis of these paintings continues to this day. Modern infrared reflectography has shown that in the 1864 portrait, there are actually 4 different versions of the child beneath the surface. Each version shows him in a slightly different position, suggesting that the artists were constantly fighting to keep his image suppressed. It is as if the canvas itself was a battlefield between the truth and the lie. The pigments used are also of great interest to researchers. The mummy brown and bone black used to hide the child contain high concentrations of heavy metals and organic compounds that are not found in standard 19th century paints. Some speculate that these pigments were designed to act as a physical barrier, a kind of alchemical shield that would prevent the creature's resonance from affecting the viewers. The paintings were not just art. They were containment vessels. As we sit in the quiet of this narrative, we must ask ourselves, what happens when the shadow becomes more real than the person? By the end of the 19th century, the child who never grew had become a permanent fixture of the royal psyche. He was the silent witness to every political decision, every family dinner, and every state secret. He was the ghost in the machine of the British Empire. The informative history of the era shows a strange pattern of lost artists. Over a dozen painters who worked for the royal family between 1850 and 1900 died young or disappeared under mysterious circumstances. It is believed that they had seen too much. They had looked into the eyes of the boy before the shadow was applied, and they had seen the moral decay that lay at the heart of the monarchy. They had seen that the divine right was actually a biological mutation. The psychological impact extended to the public as well. Though they did not know the secret, the people of London felt a sense of unease when they looked at the official engravings and lithographs of the royal family. There was a popular superstition that if you counted the children in a royal portrait and then counted them again, the number would never be the same. The missing prince became a piece of folklore, a story told to frighten children into obedience, but the folklore was based on a terrifying reality. In 1889, a young girl who was visiting the palace as part of a charity event claimed to have seen a boy standing behind one of the paintings. She said he was made of light and that he reached out a hand as if to touch her. The girl was quickly ushered away, and her parents were given a generous stipend to leave the country. This was the reality of the Victorian cover-up. It was a system of constant surveillance and bribery, all designed to keep a single image in the dark. The moral decay mentioned in the physician's ledger was now a full-blown systemic rot. The crown was no longer just hiding a child. It was hiding the fact that its own history was a work of fiction. Every painting, every photograph, every official record was a layer of black paint over a crystalline truth dot in the early 20th century, as the Victorian era gave way to the Edwardian. A new attempt was made to solve the problem of the shadow. The king ordered that all portraits containing the child be moved to a private vault in the basement of the Tower of London. He hoped that by removing the visual evidence, he could finally move the family past the curse. But the shadows did not stay in the basement. Staff at the tower began to report seeing a small, dark figure moving through the White Tower at night. They heard a low, vibrating hum that echoed through the stone corridors. And most disturbing of all, they found that the portraits in the vault were continuing to change. The shadows were growing, spreading beyond the frames and onto the walls of the vault. It was as if the shadow was no longer content with being a visual representation. It was becoming a physical force. This brings us to the ultimate question. If the child was never allowed to grow, what was he becoming? Stasis is not the same as peace. To be frozen in a single moment of time for 40 years is a form of torture that the human mind cannot fathom. The moral decay was the decision to inflict this torture in the name of political stability. The shadow in the portrait was not just a visual clue, it was a warning. It was a sign that the monarchy had traded its soul for a biological miracle that it could not control. The child who never grew was the living embodiment of a dynasty that refused to move forward. A dynasty that was trapped in its own gilded cage of paint and shadow. The story of the shadow in the portrait is a journey through the heart of a visual conspiracy. It is a reminder that we must always look at the edges of the frame, at the things that are hidden in the darkness, because that is where the truth usually resides. The British royal family spent a century and millions of pounds trying to erase a single child from the record of their blood. They used the finest art and the most advanced science of their day to build a wall of shadow between the public and the secret king. The informative details of this cover up the lead-based pigments, the pentimento of the non-aging child, the lost artists, and the architectural voids all point to a moral decay that is as profound as it is terrifying. It is the decay of a family that has forgotten how to be human, and an empire that has become a machine for the preservation of a lie. As you drift toward the edge of sleep, imagine the great gallery once more. The moon has moved, and the light is now hitting the corner of the 1864 portrait. For a fleeting second, the black glaze seems to become transparent. You see a small hand, a pale, marble-like face, and eyes that are as deep and dark as the void between the stars. The boy is looking at you. He is not a shadow. He is the most real thing in the room. He is waiting. He has been waiting for over 100 years. He has watched the empire rise and fall. He has watched his siblings grow old and die. And he has watched the world change around him. but he remains the same. He is the eternal heir, the silent sovereign who rules from the shadows of the canvas. His presence is a reminder that some secrets cannot be painted over. Some truths are so powerful that they will always find a way to leak through the varnish, to whisper from the walls, and to haunt the dreams of those who try to forget them. The shadow in the portrait is not just a mystery of the past, it is a reality of the present. The silence of the gallery is now absolute. The eyes of the ancestors have closed, and the moon has disappeared behind a cloud. The room is reclaimed by the dark. But in that darkness, the humming begins again. A low, rhythmic vibration that sounds like a heart beating once every 4 minutes. The shadow is moving. The moral rot of the Victorian era did not end with the death of the Queen or the closing of the hidden floors. It is still there, carried in the blood and the art of the modern world. We are all living in a gallery of curated lies, and we are all in some way the children who are forced to stand in the shadow. But the most disturbing part of the story is not the painting. It is the ritual that was required to keep the shadow fed. For 40 years, the palace was not just a home for a hidden child, it was a destination for a specific kind of transport. A transport that arrived at the Tower of London under the cover of the thickest fog, carrying a cargo that was never spoken of. In the social circles of the West End, the secret of the shadow in the portrait was sustained by a physical price. Every night at the Tower of London, a heavy iron-locked cart would move from the river docks to the innermost chambers. This was known among the guards as the meat cart ritual. It was the dark fuel that kept the secret king alive and the empire's luck from running dry. To understand the true horror of the royal blood tax, we must follow the sound of the iron wheels on the cobblestones and uncover the secret of Midnight at the Tower, the meat cart rituals. The greatness of an empire is often bought with a currency that the public is never allowed to see. In the heart of London, during the peak of the Victorian age, the British Crown was engaged in a transaction of absolute moral decay. Beneath the shroud of the thickest pea-soup fog, a forbidden ritual was occurring every midnight at the Tower of London. This was not a ceremony of gold or statecraft, but a ritual of the flesh. We have been fed the lie that the Tower was merely a museum of history and crown jewels, but it was actually the primary distribution center for a biological tax. Heavy, iron-locked carts, reinforced with lead and guarded by men who had signed their souls away, traveled from the dark London docks directly to the palace. The cargo was never listed on any manifest. It was a secret buried in the fog, a betrayal of the very people the Queen claimed to protect. This was the blood tax required to sustain the secret king, a curse that turned the monarchy into a predatory machine. The common man died in the streets so that the anomaly in the walls could remain satiated. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of damp river stone and cold iron fills the air. Imagine the Thames in 1888, a black, sluggish serpent winding through a city of 10,000 gaslights. The air is heavy with the smell of coal smoke and the distant, rhythmic tolling of Big Ben. Breathe slowly. Feel the cold mist settling on your skin, and let the sound of iron wheels on cobblestones guide you into the heart of the night. To understand the meat cart rituals, one must first understand the topography of Victorian London. It was a city of two worlds. Above was the world of high society, of carriage rides in Hyde Park and operas at Covent Garden. Below was the world of the docks, a labyrinth of shadows where the wealth of the world was offloaded from the bellies of great iron ships. But between these two worlds, there was a bridge of secrets, the Tower of London. Ancient and formidable, sat at the edge of this bridge. In 1888, the tower was already a relic of the past, a place for tourists to gape at the armory and the ravens. But the yeoman warders, the famous beefeaters, knew a different truth. Their name itself was a clue, a remnant of an older, darker responsibility. While the public believed they were merely ceremonial guards, the inner circle of the warders served a much more specialized function. They were the custodians of the Gate of Shadows every night. As the clock struck midnight, the tower would fall into a preternatural silence. The ravens would cease their croaking, and the tourists would be safely locked away in their hotels. It was then that the first sounds would emerge from the fog near St. Catherine's docks. It was a low, industrial rumble, the sound of heavy wheels struggling under an immense weight. These were the meat carts. Constructed from solid oak and plated with cold-rolled iron, they were built to a specification that was kept in the archives of the Royal Engineers. They had no windows. They had no ventilation. They were sealed with heavy, wax-stamped locks that bore the personal seal of the royal physician, Sir William Gull. The carts were always pulled by black horses, their hooves muffled with thick layers of leather and wool to ensure their passage was as silent as possible. The drivers were men of the Special Branch, a unit that officially did not exist. They wore heavy, oilskin coats and wide-brimmed hats that obscured their faces, and they never spoke to the bridge guards. They didn't have to. The sight of the iron-locked cart was enough to cause the gates of the tower to swing open without a word being exchanged. The informative history of the tower often glosses over the midnight gate, a small, reinforced entrance on the riverside that leads directly into the subterranean vaults. This gate was not meant for prisoners or kings. It was meant for the cargo. As the carts rolled into the courtyard of the White Tower, the yeoman warders of the inner circle would take their positions. They carried no muskets, only heavy, silver-tipped pikes and lanterns that burned with a strange, greenish flame. What was inside those carts? The rumors among the lower-class dockworkers spoke of the Queen's meat, a tribute brought from the furthest reaches of the empire. But the reality was far more disturbing. The carts did not contain beef or grain. They contained biological material harvested from the expendable populations of the docks, the nameless, the homeless, and the foreign sailors who would never be missed. This was the moral decay of the Victorian system. The empire was a predator, and its heart was located in the stomach of the secret king. As the carts were ushered into the vaults beneath the White Tower, the atmosphere would change. The temperature would drop, and the air would become thick with the scent of ozone and copper. This was the processing center. The meat was not simply eaten. It was refined under the supervision of Sir William Gull's assistants. The biological material was subjected to a series of chemical and alchemical processes. They were looking for the essential salts, the refined life force that could be converted into the bioluminescent fluid required by the anomaly in the palace. This was the informative link between the docks and the hidden floors of Buckingham Palace. The royal gold tinctures were the final product of this gruesome industry. The yeoman warders who participated in these rituals were sworn to a vow of the meat. They were given a stipend that far exceeded their official salary, but the price was their sanity. Many of them died young, their skin turning a translucent, waxy gray, their eyes developing the same obsidian sheen seen in the portraits of the secret king. They were being slowly infected by the very process they were guarding. The moral decay was not just a metaphor. It was a physical contagion. One specific warder, a man named Thomas Thorne, the brother of the ill-fated painter Elias Thorne, kept a secret diary of his time in the vaults. His writings described the sound of the carts as they were opened. He spoke of a hissing of air, as if the atmosphere inside the carts was pressurized. He described the cargo not as bodies, but as masses of potential, a clinical term that hid the horror of what had been done. Thorne wrote about the great vat in the center of the vault, a massive iron vessel etched with the same protective symbols found in room 412. The material from the carts would be lowered into this vat, where it would be dissolved in a bath of acidic minerals. The resulting liquid would glow with a soft, pulsing light, a light that Thorne claimed felt alive. This was the fuel for the empire. The luck of the British crown was not a matter of divine favor, but a matter of successful biological extraction. The psychological layer of this story is found in the justifications used by the men in the vaults. They believed they were the engineers of eternity. They saw themselves as necessary evils, the dark roots that allowed the golden tree of the monarchy to flourish. They told themselves that the people in the carts were already dead to the world, that their contribution was the only way they would ever serve a purpose. This is the ultimate expression of moral decay, the dehumanization of the many for the preservation of the one. The carts would remain in the tower for only an hour. Once the refining process was complete, the essential salts would be placed in small, lead-lined vials, which were then loaded into a much smaller, faster carriage. This carriage would race through the back streets of London, reaching the palace just as the first light of dawn began to touch the top of the great clock. The iron-locked carts, now empty, would return to the docks to await the next midnight, but in 1888 something began to go wrong. The meat was no longer sufficient. The secret king's hunger was growing, or perhaps his biology was changing. The ledger of Sir William Gull noted a resistance to the salts. The anomaly was demanding more. It was demanding a higher quality of life force. It was no longer satisfied with the nameless sailors of the docks. It wanted the blood of the city itself. This is the informative bridge to the terror that would soon grip London. The midnight rituals at the tower were becoming more desperate, and the special branch was forced to expand its search. They began to look closer to home. They began to look at the women of Whitechapel, women who were still poor and vulnerable, but who possessed a vitality that the dockworkers lacked. The meat cart rituals were about to evolve into something much more public, and much more terrifying. The evolution of the rituals brought a new level of tension to the Tower of London. The yeoman warders reported that the great vat was no longer silent. It would vibrate with a low, dissonant hum that could be heard throughout the White Tower. The ravens, sensitive to the changes in the environment, began to die in large numbers. Their bodies were found in the courtyards, their feathers turned to a brittle, crystalline ash. Thomas Thorne's diary entries during this period reflect a man on the edge of a total psychological collapse. He wrote about the eyes in the vat, claiming that as the biological material dissolved, the faces of the victims would briefly reappear in the fluid, their eyes pleading with him before they were consumed. He began to hear their voices and the scratching of the raven's claws and the whistling of the wind through the battlements. "We are no longer guards," he wrote in September 1888. "We are the butchers of the Queen every night. The iron wheels bring us a new batch of souls, and every night we feed them into the furnace of the crown. I can smell the copper on my skin even after I have scrubbed it until I bleed. The fog doesn't hide us anymore. It follows us. The informative context of the Victorian police force is important here. The City of London Police and the Metropolitan Police were kept entirely in the dark about the tower's activities. When reports of ghostly carts and screams in the fog would reach the stations, the officers were instructed to dismiss them as the hallucinations of drunks or the product of river fever. The special branch had agents in every station, ensuring that any investigation into the midnight traffic was neutralized before it could begin, but the public was not entirely blind. The rumors of the meat carts began to circulate in the Radical newspapers of the East End. They spoke of a royal vampire that lived in the tower, a creature that required the blood of the poor to stay young. While the details were wrong, the core truth was being felt by the population. The moral decay of the monarchy was leaking into the public consciousness, creating a sense of deep, unspoken resentment. The rituals themselves became more complex. Sir William Gull began to visit the tower vaults personally, bringing with him a set of silver instruments that were used to tune the vibrations of the great vat. He believed that the secret king's dissatisfaction was a result of a lack of harmonic resonance in the biological material. He began to demand that the victims be kept in a state of high emotional agitation before they were processed. He believed that the adrenaline and the fear made the life force more potent. This is the most disturbing aspect of the moral decay. It was no longer a simple biological transaction. It was a deliberate cultivation of suffering. The Tower of London, once a symbol of national pride, had become a factory of agony. The meat cart rituals were a dark mirror to the Industrial Revolution. While the rest of the world was using steam and coal to power their machines, the British Crown was using human terror to power its bloodline. As we sit in the stillness of this story, we must ask, how could such a thing be hidden for so long? The answer lies in the architecture of the city and the architecture of the mind. The fog of London was more than just weather. It was a psychological barrier. It allowed the people to ignore the sounds of the iron wheels because they couldn't see what was making them. It allowed the guards to ignore their consciences because they couldn't see the faces of the people in the carts, but the fog was beginning to lift. The special branch was becoming careless, and the collectors in Whitechapel were leaving behind evidence that couldn't be explained away as river fever. The secret king was no longer content to wait in the dark. He was beginning to reach out, his resonance affecting the minds of everyone in the city. The midnight rituals at the tower were the only thing holding back a total biological collapse. And the price of that containment was about to become public knowledge. By October 1888, the Tower of London had become a place of pure dread. The yeoman warders were no longer allowed to leave the grounds, for fear they would speak to the press. They were prisoners of their own secret, trapped in the same stone walls as the great vat. Thomas Thorne's diary ends during this month with a final, chilling entry that suggests the rituals had reached their breaking point. "The vat is overflowing," he wrote, "not with liquid but with shadows. The iron plates are cracking and the symbols are glowing with a light that burns the eyes." Sir William Gull has not left the vault for 3 days. He talks to the liquid as if it were his own child. He says the king is coming. Not the king on the coins, but the king in the dark. The carts are no longer enough. The ritual is failing. The informative history of the Jack the Ripper investigation shows a series of blunders by the police that defy logic. Letters were lost, crime scenes were scrubbed before they could be properly examined, and the highest-ranking officials refused to allow bloodhounds to be used. These were not blunders. They were a systematic effort to protect the collectors who were feeding the great vat. The meat cart rituals were the hidden engine behind the most famous murders in history. The moral decay had now poisoned the entire legal and political system of the country. To protect a single biological anomaly, the crown was willing to sacrifice the rule of law itself. The special branch was no longer just a group of drivers and guards. They were an army of shadows operating with total immunity. They were the physical manifestation of the secret king's hunger, moving through the city with the same cold, rhythmic intent as the iron wheels. The psychological layer of the story expands to include the people of London during that autumn of terror. They felt a presence in the fog that was not just a murderer. They felt a weight, a sense that the city itself had become a predator. This was the neural resonance of the secret king, spreading out from the tower and the palace, turning the collective fear of the population into a source of energy for his crystalline mind. In the vaults of the tower, the transition was almost complete. The great vat had become a portal of sorts, a focal point where the non-human reality of the secret king was beginning to overwrite. The physical reality of the stone and iron, the yeoman warders reported seeing reflections of another world in the surface of the liquida. World of silver towers and obsidian skies. A world where the laws of biology were entirely different. The meat cart rituals were the only thing maintaining the boundary between these two worlds. The biological material was being used as a kind of anchor, a way to keep the anomaly tied to a human form. But as the hunger grew, the anchor was beginning to drag. The secret king was no longer satisfied with being a shadow in the walls. He wanted to be the architecture itself. He wanted the tower, the palace, and the city to become his body. The informative details of the tower's construction provide a final clue. Modern surveys of the foundations have found a network of lead-lined pipes that lead from the White Tower directly toward the Thames. These pipes were not for water or waste. They were for the distribution of the refined salts into the river. The crown was literally medicating the city, using the Thames as a delivery system for a low-level version of the infected blood. They were trying to make the entire population of London compatible with the secret king. This is the ultimate moral decay. A dynasty that views its subjects not as people, but as a biological buffer, a vast reservoir of flesh and blood to be used and discarded in the pursuit of a non-human immortality. The meat cart rituals were just the visible part of a much larger, much more terrifying machinery of state. The midnight bells of London continued to toll, but the sound of the iron wheels has faded into the archives of the forgotten. The meat cart rituals are no longer performed at the tower, or at least, not in the way they were in 1888. The methods have changed. The collectors no longer move through the fog with black horses and iron carriages. They move through the digital networks and the global medical systems, harvesting the potential of the modern world in ways that Sir William Gull could only have dreamed of. The informative power of this story lies in the realization that the moral decay of the Victorian era never truly went away. It simply became more efficient. The Tower of London still stands, a monument to the history we are allowed to know, but beneath its stones the great vat is still there, silent and waiting. The lead line pipes still lead to the river, and the ravens still guard the secrets of the crown. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the fog of London once more. Hear the distant, rhythmic scraping of metal on stone. It is a sound that has existed for 1,000 years, a sound that will exist for 1,000 more. It is the sound of the empire's debt being paid, one midnight at a time. The meat carts are still moving. They are just moving in the spaces between your thoughts. In the shadows of the world you think you know, the secret king is still hungry. The anomaly in the walls is still growing. And the royal gold is still being refined in the dark. The moral decay of the monarchy is a permanent state of existence, a choice made every night to prioritize the crystalline king over the human soul. The blood tax is still being collected, and the price of the empire's luck is still being paid in the flesh of the nameless. Close your eyes and let the rhythm of the iron wheels carry you away. You are safe in your bed, far from the docks and the tower, but remember that the fog is always there, just outside your window, waiting for the clock to strike 12. Remember that the history you were taught is only a thin layer of gold over a much darker reality. And remember that some secrets are too heavy to be carried in anything but a cart of iron and lead. The journey through the midnight rituals has reached its conclusion. But the fog of 1888 is only getting thicker. For as the rituals at the tower became more desperate, a new figure emerged from the shadows of the East End, a figure that the newspapers called a ripper, but whom the secret king called his most successful collector. To understand why the Whitechapel murders were not a crime but a royal cover-up, we must follow the trail of the surgeon's knife into the heart of the most famous conspiracy of all. The meat cart rituals provided the fuel, but the special branch needed a distraction to hide their most important harvest. They needed a monster that would capture the imagination of the world, a monster that would make the people fear the shadows while the real predators moved in plain sight. This was the birth of the 1888 files, to understand the true identity of the man in the top hat and why his victims were chosen with surgical precision. We must unlock the secret of the 1888 files. Why the Whitechapel murders were a cover-up? History is a script written by the victors to hide their monstrous failures. For over a century, the name Jack the Ripper has been sold to the world as the tale of a lone, bloodthirsty madman. But the 1888 files, buried deep within the most restricted archives of the British Crown, reveal a far more terrifying betrayal. Whitechapel was not a hunting ground for a serial killer. It was a military extraction zone. The carnage in the streets of London was the desperate cover-up for a catastrophic breach in the palace defenses. The secret king, the biological anomaly known as Patient Zero, had escaped the lead-line silence of room 412 and vanished into the thick, sulphurous fog of the East End. The murders were not random acts of cruelty. They were surgical examinations performed by a royal search party. Each victim was a biological trace, a data point in the hunt for a beast that was no longer human. The Ripper was a fiction invented by the Central News Agency to distract the public while the crown surgeons hunted for their escaped curse. This was a lie of state, a moral decay that sacrificed the innocent to recapture a monster of the bloodline. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold iron fills the air. Imagine London in the autumn of 1888. The air is thick with the pea soup fog, a yellow, choking mist that turns every gaslight into a distant, dying star. The cobblestones are slick with moisture, and the sound of your own footsteps feels heavy, as if the city itself is holding its breath. Breathe slowly. Let the rhythmic ticking of the clock and the distant rumble of the city guide you into the heart of the most famous conspiracy in history. To understand the 1888 files, we must go back to the night of the breach. In August of 1888, while the meat cart rituals at the Tower of London were reaching their breaking point, something shattered in the east wing of Buckingham Palace. The lead-lined walls of the interstitial level, designed by John Nash to contain the non-human resonance of the secret king, finally succumbed to decades of biological pressure. The silver door did not just open. It was torn from its hinges by a force that defied the laws of physics. The palace was plunged into a silent panic. There were no alarms, no shouting in the corridors. The special branch and the guardians of the secret moved with a practiced, terrifying efficiency. They knew that if the public ever saw what was currently prowling the rooftops of Westminster, the empire would collapse by dawn. The secret king, the child who never grew, had evolved. His silica-based physiology had reached a state of unstable synthesis, giving him a strength and a speed that were entirely non-biological. He did not leave through the gates. He moved through the ventilation shafts and across the slate roofs, a shadow that the gaslights could not catch. He was drawn to the East End, not by chance, but by the neural resonance of the very people who were being processed at the tower. He was following the scent of his own food source. He was heading for Whitechapel. The informative details found in the 1888 files show that Sir William Gull was immediately placed in charge of the recovery unit. Gull knew that the secret king was leaking resonance. This meant that any human who came into close contact with the creature would be biologically altered. Their blood would begin to crystallize, and their eyes would show the telltale obsidian sheen. These people were infected witnesses. They could not be allowed to live, and more importantly, they had to be examined to see how far the creature's infection had spread. This is the psychological layer of the Ripper murders. Each of the canonical 5 victims, Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, was selected because they had encountered the beast in the fog. They were not chosen because they were vulnerable. They were chosen because they were carrying the creature's biological signature. The Ripper was a tactical team of 3, a driver, a spotter to manage the crowd, and a surgeon, Sir William Gull, to perform the extraction of the evidence. The precision of the wounds, which baffled the local coroners of the time, was not the work of a frenzied killer. It was the work of a man who had written the textbooks on anatomy. Gull was looking for the silica crystals in the organs. He was checking the rate of transformation. The 1888 files contain sketches of the victims that were never shown at the inquests. These sketches show internal organs that had already begun to turn into the translucent, glass-like material of the secret king. The murders were a desperate, clinical attempt to map the creature's path through the city. The fog of Whitechapel was the perfect shroud for a royal search party. In 1888, the district was a sprawling, overcrowded labyrinth where 100,000 people lived in the shadows of the empire's wealth. To the rest of London, the East End was already a world of monsters. The Crown used this prejudice to their advantage. They knew that any report of a beast or a shadow with glowing eyes would be dismissed as the delirium of the poverty-stricken. But the AT-AT Files record sightings that were far too consistent to be ignored. Police by the special branch, the local beat officers were ordered to turn a blind eye to certain official carriages that moved through the district after midnight. One constable, who was later found dead in the Thames, wrote a private letter describing a figure he saw on the roof of a doss house in Flower and Dean Street. He described a boy with skin that caught the moonlight like a diamond, moving with a fluid, liquid grace that made no sound on the tiles. The informative history of the dear boss letter, the famous missive signed by Jack the Ripper, is where the cover-up becomes a masterpiece of media manipulation. The 1888 files reveal that the letter was written by a journalist named Tom Bullen, who was on the payroll of the Home Office. The goal was to give the killings a personality. By creating a fictional character named Jack, the Crown turned a series of tactical extractions into a sensationalist horror story. They transformed a state crisis into a public obsession. The psychological impact on the public was profound. Fear is the most effective tool for social control. While the people of Whitechapel cowered in their beds, listening for the footsteps of Jack, the real predator's Gull and his team were free to move through the streets with lanterns and surgical kits. They weren't looking for a killer. They were searching for the neural resonance that the secret king was emitting. Gull's ledger from this period, which is cross-referenced in the 1888 files, describes the harvesting of the witnesses. He noted that Annie Chapman's heart had already begun to exhibit the 4-minute rhythm of patient zero. He wrote that Catherine Eddowes had crystalline deposits in her kidneys. The creature was not just hiding in Whitechapel. It was feeding on the district, its very presence altering the biology of everyone it touched. The murders were a containment of the infection. If Gull had not removed those organs, the transformation would have become visible to the public within days. This is the moral decay of the Victorian system at its most extreme. The Crown was not trying to save the women of Whitechapel. They were trying to save the secret of their own bloodline. The victims were seen as contaminated samples to be disposed of with as much efficiency as possible. The Ripper persona allowed the Crown to explain away the surgical nature of the wounds as the delusions of a medical student or a mad butcher, but the beast was always one step ahead. The 1888 files suggest that the secret king was playing a game of cat and mouse with his creators. He would leave remnants of himself for Gull to find, drawing the search party deeper into the darkest alleys of the East End. He was leading them into the heart of the neural void, a place where the fog was so thick and the resonance so high that even Gull's instruments began to fail. The searchers were beginning to crack under the strain. The special branch guards reported seeing reflections of the future in the blood of the victims, the same panoramic, fish-eye visions that Gull had experienced in the palace. The psychological decay was spreading from the secret king to his hunters. They were becoming infected by the very thing they were trying to catch. As we sit in the stillness of this narrative, we must look at the final and most gruesome murder, that of Mary Jane Kelly in November 1888. The 1888 files treat this event not as a murder, but as a full biological recovery. Unlike the other victims, Mary Jane Kelly was killed indoors, in her small room at Miller's Court. This gave Gull and his team the time they needed to perform a total anatomical deconstruction. The scene at Miller's Court was so horrific that even the hardened police officers who first entered the room were physically ill. but the 1888 files provide a clinical explanation for the carnage. Gull was not ripping, he was unweaving. He spent 6 hours in that room because Mary Jane Kelly had been the secret king's primary vessel. The creature had spent days in that room, hidden in the shadows, using Kelly's body to stabilize his own failing synthesis. Gull's notes describe Kelly's room as being coated in a layer of organic silica. The walls, the bed sheets, and the body itself had begun to transform. Gull had to remove almost every internal organ to ensure that no trace of the non-human biology remained. He was scrubbing the crime scene of a miracle. The Ripper story was the only way to explain why a woman's body had been dismantled with such professional care. The informative details of the Mary Jane Kelly file include a mention of a small, silver-haired boy seen leaving Miller's Court shortly before the body was discovered. This was the recapture. The secret king, weakened by the effort of the transformation, had finally been neutralized by Gull's vitriol of stasis. He was placed in a lead-lined trunk and carried out of the court under the cover of a routine police investigation. The moral decay of the 1888 files is completed by the aftermath. Once the beast was back in the palace, the murder stopped instantly. The Ripper vanished as if he had never existed. The police were told to let the case go cold. The investigative files were misplaced or redacted. The journalists who had written the Jack letters were given government pensions and told to move to the colonies, but the 1888 files were not the only record. A young police doctor named Phillips, who had been present at several of the autopsies, began to suspect the truth. He noticed that the organs removed by the Ripper were always the ones that showed the most advanced signs of crystallization. He began to keep his own private notes, which he hidden behind a loose brick in the basement of the London hospital. Phillips' notes, which were recovered in 1995 and compared with the 1888 files, speak of a monarchy of glass. He realized that the royal family was no longer human, and that the Whitechapel murders were the surgical maintenance of the dynasty. He wrote about the moral black hole at the center of the empire, the realization that the greatness of the Victorian age was a parasite living on the flesh of the poor. The psychological layer of the story expands to include the permanent trauma of London itself. The city never forgot the autumn of 1888. The fear of Jack became part of the city's DNA, a lingering ghost that still haunts the tours of the East End today. But the real ghost is the secret king, who was returned to his cage in room 412, only to wait for the next breach. The 1888 files are a testament to the power of a well-told lie. By giving the world a Ripper, the Crown ensured that no one would ever look for the beast. They turned a biological catastrophe into a commercial success. The tour guides of Whitechapel are still telling the story that the Palace wrote for them 137 years ago. The atmosphere of the 1888 files is one of cold, bureaucratic indifference. To the men who wrote these reports, the lives of Nichols, Chapman, Stride, Eddowes, and Kelly were merely expendable costs. They were the fuel for the recovery unit. This is the ultimate expression of the moral decay of an empire that had lost its soul. The Crown viewed its subjects not as people to be protected, but as a biological substrate to be used in the hunt for its own missing property. The informative details of the special branch operations during the Whitechapel murders show a level of surveillance that was decades ahead of its time. They used a system of signal whistles and gaslight codes to coordinate the movement of the search party through the alleys. They had a disinformation division that planted false leads in the newspapers to keep the local. Detectives chasing ghosts, one of the most chilling. Entries in the 1888 files concerns the recapture protocol. It states that if the secret king could not be neutralized with the vitriol of stasis, the entire district of Whitechapel was to be put to the torch. They were prepared to burn thousands of people alive to ensure the secret remained buried. The Ripper murders were, in a way, the merciful option. The psychological layer for the Tier 1 audience today is the realization that the modern world is still built on these kinds of redacts. The 1888 files are not just a historical curiosity. They are a blueprint for how power manages its mistakes. The Jack the Ripper myth is the prototype for every state-sponsored conspiracy that followed. It teaches us that if a truth is too big to hide, you simply transform it into a story that is too small to believe. As we journey deeper into the silence of the 1888 files, we find a mention of a final manifest. This was a list of all the materials removed from the Whitechapel crime scenes. It included not just organs, but crystallized blood, resonant, clothing, and silica-infused floorboards. All of these items were taken to the Tower of London to be processed in the Great Vat. The victims of the Ripper were literally fed back into the machine that had created the beast. The moral rot was a closed loop. The poverty of the East End created the expendable people, who were then used to feed the secret king, who then escaped and infected more people, who were then harvested to keep the secret alive. The British Empire was a biological engine, running on the terror and the flesh of its own people. The 1888 files conclude with a summary of the breach. It states that while the secret king was back in his cage, the unstable synthesis had not been resolved. The creature was changing faster than Gull could understand. He was no longer just a patient zero. He was becoming a progenitor. He was the start of a new species, one that was perfectly adapted to live. In the shadows of the industrial age, the final pages of the files are filled with anatomical predictions for the 20th century. The Crown's researchers believe that by the year 1950, the neural resonance of the secret king would be strong enough to affect the minds of people across the entire globe. They were planning for a world where the monarchy of glass would no longer need to hide in the walls. They were planning for a world where we would all be part of the infection. The story of the 1888 files is a journey through the darkest alleyways of the human heart. It is a reminder that the monsters we fear are often the ones we have created ourselves, and that the Jack we think we know is only a mask for a truth that is much more terrifying. The Whitechapel murders were not a mystery to be solved. They were a cover-up to be maintained. The informative power of this narrative lies in its ability to make us question the foundations of our own world. If the Victorian age, the era of progress, morality, and family values, was built on the blood tax of the secret king, then what is our own era built on? The 1888 files were only the first chapter of a much longer story of state-sponsored biological decay. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the yellow fog of Whitechapel once more. Hear the distant, rhythmic clicking of a surgeon's kit. It is the sound of the Crown's search party moving through the shadows of the past, making sure that every witness is silenced and every trace of the beast is erased. The Ripper is still out there, but he doesn't wear a top hat or carry a knife. He wears the uniform of the state, and he carries the red pen of the censor. The secret king is back in room 412, sitting in his iron chair, his obsidian eyes watching the world through the frames of the royal portraits. He is not a prisoner. He is a ruler in waiting. The infection of 1888 was just the first wave. The silica is already in the air we breathe and the water we drink. We are the children of the resonance, the unwitting subjects of a long-form biological experiment. Close your eyes and let the rhythm of the city carry you away. You are safe in the present, but the past is never truly gone. It is a lead-line vault, waiting for the next crack to appear. The 1888 files have been closed, but the story of the marked blood is still being written in the shadows of the modern world. The moral rot is a permanent feature of the architecture, but as the secret king sat in his darkened room in the winter of 1888, he knew that the recapture was only a temporary setback. He had left something behind in the East End, something more significant than a trace of resonance. He had left a debt. An empire's debt. For every year of his containment, a new colony would be seized, and a new population would be marked for the synthesis. The expansion of the British Empire was not about trade or territory. It was about the blood-tax. The recapture of the secret king required a massive expenditure of royal influence and dark finance. The special branch and the guardians of the secret were no longer just guardians. They were bankers of the occult. Every colony added to the map was a new harvest field for the Great Vat, and every war was a way to hide the disappearance of the biological catalysts. To understand how the map of the world was redrawn to satisfy the hunger of a hidden prince, we must look at the secret pact of the 1890s and uncover the mystery of the empire's debt. A sacrifice for every colony, the map of the British Empire was never colored pink for the sake of aesthetics. It was colored pink to mask the stains of a global blood tax. We have been taught the lie of the civilizing mission, the forbidden idea that Britain expanded across the seas to bring order to the world. But the archives of the special branch tell a story of absolute moral decay. Every colony added to the crown was a calculated sacrifice, a new harvest field designed to keep the Shadow King fed. The empire was not a collection of territories, it was a biological feeding trough. When a new island was seized or a distant city was annexed, it was not for gold or tea, but for the specific, unique vibrations of the people living there. The secret king, trapped in the stasis of the palace walls, required a constant variety of biological catalysts to prevent his crystalline body from shattering. This was the forbidden knowledge that every prime minister from Gladstone to Salisbury had to accept upon taking office. The British Empire existed as a life support system for a monster. This was a global betrayal, a curse that spanned continents. Buried beneath the flag of the Union Jack. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and tropical spice fills the air. Imagine the map room of the Admiralty in 1890, huge. Linen-backed charts are spread across mahogany tables, lit by the flickering glow of whale-oil lamps. Outside, the London rain drums a rhythmic, hypnotic beat against the glass. Breathe slowly. Feel the weight of the globe as it turns in the darkness. And let the scent of old ink and sea salt guide you into the secret history of the world. To understand the empire's debt, one must look at the pink sections of the Victorian map. By the 1890s, the British Empire covered nearly a quarter of the Earth's landmass. To the public, this was a source of immense pride, a sign of British superiority. But to the guardians of the secret, the map was a biological menu. They knew that the Shadow King's appetite was not static. As his silica-based physiology evolved, he required different strains of human resonance to remain stable. The expansion into India, for instance, was not merely about the East India Company or the spice trade. It was about the deep resonance of the subcontinent. The 1857 mutiny, often described as a political uprising, was actually a desperate reaction to a massive, clandestine harvest orchestrated by the Special Branch. They were searching for a specific genetic marker found in the ancient lineages of the Ganges Plain, a marker that could help the Secret King achieve a second synthesis. The informative history of the era shows a pattern of scientific expeditions that always followed the military conquests. These expeditions were led by men trained by Sir William Gull. They didn't collect plants or animals. They collected samples from the local populations. These samples were processed in portable versions of the Great Vat and shipped back to the Tower of London in the same iron-locked carts that moved through the fog of Witechapel. This was the empire's debt. For every year that the monarchy remained stable, a debt of blood was owed to the anomaly in the walls. The expansion was the interest on that debt. If the empire stopped growing, the food source would become stagnant, and the Secret King would begin to feed on the City of London itself, as he did during the escape of 1888. The colonial wars were a diversion, a way to keep the predator satiated without alerting the domestic population. The psychological layer of this story is found in the map makers of the Admiralty. These were men who spent their lives drawing lines in the sand, knowing that those lines would lead to the disappearance of thousands. They lived with a profound moral decay, a realization that their pens were as lethal as any bayonet. They developed a shorthand for the biological quality of a territory: high yield, resonant, or depleted. They were no longer cartographers. They were the quartermasters of a nightmare. One such man was Commander Alistair Vance. Vance was a veteran of the Zulu Wars and a master of surveying. In his private journals, he wrote about the atmosphere of the unspoken. He described the feeling of entering a newly conquered territory and seeing the collectors move in before the smoke of the cannons had even cleared. He saw the way they would select certain villages for medical evaluation, and the way those villages would be empty by the following morning. The empire is a mouth. Vance wrote in 1892, "We provide the teeth and the tongue, but the stomach is in London. We are told we are building a civilization, but we are only building a graveyard. The pink on the map is not the color of the Queen's dress. It is the color of the raw flesh we offer to the thing in the dark." The debt was not only paid in blood, but in the coronation of the invisible heir. As the empire reached its peak, a new ritual was established to formalize the Shadow King's role as the true sovereign of the global territories. While the world watched the grand jubilees of Queen Victoria, a darker, parallel ceremony was occurring in the sub-basements of Westminster Abbey. This was the Black Coronation. It took place on the eve of every state opening of Parliament. The Secret King would be moved from the palace to the abbey in a lead-lined carriage, escorted by a silent honor guard of the Special Branch. The ceremony was performed by the Guardians of the Secret, led by a high-ranking cleric who had been initiated into the forbidden knowledge. The informative details of this ritual are found in a set of parchment scrolls recovered from a dry well. Near the abbey in 1922, the scrolls describe a crown of cold iron, etched with the names of every colony. This crown was not placed on a human head, but was suspended above the resonance chamber where the secret king was kept. As each territory's name was recited, a small amount of the refined salts from that specific colony was introduced into the chamber. This ritual served to link the anomaly to the land. It made the secret king the biological anchor for the British Empire. This is why the British seem to have such luck in their conquests. They were backed by an entity that possessed a non-human perception of time and space. The Shadow King could see the movements of enemy armies and the locations of hidden resources through the resonance of his subjects. The empire was a psychic network, and he was the central processor, but the psychological rot of this ritual was profound for those who witnessed it. They saw a king who was a shifting, translucent shape of silica and shadow, a creature that did not speak but radiated a terrifying, predatory intelligence. They realized that they were no longer serving a woman or a nation. They were serving a biological god. The moral decay was no longer a secret. It was a religious devotion. The scrolls also mention the blood pact of 1890. This was a formal agreement between the crown and the invisible government of the Guardians. It stated that as long as the empire continued to provide a variety of catalysts, the secret king would maintain the stability of the royal bloodline. If the debt was ever defaulted upon, the marked blood would be allowed to fail, and the monarchy would dissolve into the same crystalline decay that had claimed Sir William Gull's human subjects, Commander Vance, who had been recruited to oversee the logistics of the Black Coronation, described the sensation of being in the abbey during the ritual. He wrote of a sound that was not a sound, a vibration that made the ancient stone walls feel as though they were breathing. He felt the neural resonance of the secret king reaching out, touching the minds of the men in the room, showing them visions of a world where humanity was merely a crop to be harvested. "We knelt before a void," Vance wrote. The abbey was filled with the smell of the sea and the smell of the grave. The archbishop spoke words that were older than the Bible, and the iron crown glowed with a light that made the shadows dance. I realized then that Victoria was merely the mask. The true ruler of the empire was the thing that hummed in the dark, the king who was crowned in silence. The empire's debt expanded to the African continent in the late 19th century, a period known as the Scramble for Africa. To the public, this was a race for rubber, diamonds, and ivory. But the 1888 files suggest a much more specific goal: the search for the stellar ores of the interior. These were meteoritic deposits that contained the same silica-based minerals found in the secret king's own. Physiology. The special branch realized that if they could feed the anomaly with these stellar ores, they might be able to stabilize his synthesis without the need for constant human catalysts. This was the forbidden knowledge that drove the brutal expansion into the Congo and the Transvaal. They weren't just killing for profit. They were mining for the soul of their hidden god. The informative history of the Congo Free State under King Leopold of Belgium is often cited as the pinnacle of colonial horror. But what is rarely mentioned is the secret alliance between Leopold and the British Crown. Leopold provided the raw material, the millions of victims of his rubber regime in exchange for access to the British. Synthesis technology. The moral decay had become international. The monarchs of Europe were collaborating on a biological project that treated the entire African continent as a laboratory. The meat cart rituals at the Tower of London were upgraded during this period. The Great Vat was replaced by a series of resonance vats, each dedicated to a different colony. There was a vat for India, a vat for Australia, a vat for the African territories. The refined salts were no longer mixed. They were blended like fine wines to create a specific metabolic cocktail for the secret king. The yeoman warders who managed these vats became the sommeliers of agony. They could tell the origin of a shipment just by the color of the bioluminescent glow. The Indian salts were a deep sapphire blue, while the African salts were a jagged electric green. The Australian salts were a pale, haunting gold. The moral rot was so complete that they began to have tasting sessions, where they would expose themselves to the vapors of the vats to experience the dreams of the colonies. Commander Vance, who was sent to supervise the Transvaal mines, described the stellar ores in his journals. He said they looked like fallen stars, stones that remained cold even in the heat of the African sun. When these stones were brought into proximity with the collectors, the stones would begin to vibrate. Vance realized that the minerals and the humans were part of the same non-human system. "The earth is not dead," Vance wrote. "It is a sleeping beast, and the stones are its teeth. We are digging them up to feed the beast in London, never realizing that the two are the same. The Empire's debt is not just a debt of blood. It is a debt of the earth itself. We are stripping the world of its silence to keep a single room in Buckingham Palace humming." By the turn of the century, the psychological toll on the guardians of the secret was reaching a breaking point. The moral decay had reached the highest levels of the British government. Men like Lord Salisbury and Arthur Balfour were no longer politicians. They were vassals of the resonance. Their decisions were dictated by the metabolic needs of the secret king. If he required a specific catalyst from the Far East, a diplomatic incident would be manufactured to justify an invasion. The informative details of the Boxer Rebellion in China provide a clear example. Officially, it was a conflict over foreign influence, but the 1888 files reveal that the primary goal of the British contingent was the recovery of the jade tablets from the Forbidden City. These tablets were said to contain the frequency of the ancestors, a resonant code that could help the secret king communicate with other non-human entities. The special branch was now a global network of resonance harvesters. They operated out of the British consulates and the colonial offices, using the meat carts and the iron-locked carriages to move their cargo across the oceans. The world was being knit together into a single, terrifying system of extraction. The Empire's debt had become the global economy. The psychological layer for the Tier 1 audience. Today is the realization that the global order was established as a logistics network for a biological anomaly. The railways, the steamships, and the telegraph lines were all designed to speed the delivery of catalysts to London. We believe we built the modern world for the sake of progress. But the archive suggests we built it to satisfy a hunger that we can barely imagine, Commander Vance, in his final journal entry before his disappearance in 1898, wrote about the final coronation. He believed that the crown was planning to expand the secret king's consciousness into the newly laid telegraph cables. This would allow him to rule the empire not just through resonance, but through direct neural control of every person connected to the network. The cables are the nerves, Vance wrote. The sea is the blood. The empire is becoming a single, vast organism with the secret king as its brain. We are no longer individuals. We are cells in a body that does not belong to us. The debt is no longer being paid in blood. It is being paid in our very thoughts. The moral decay is complete. We have built a god, and now we must live in its mind. Vance's disappearance was never explained. His journals were found in a locked box in a Cape Town hotel, along with a single, translucent silica crystal that hummed with a low, vibrating frequency. This crystal, known as the Vance Stone, is still kept in the private archives of a Tier 1 university, a silent witness to a man who saw too much of the empire's debt. The moral rot of the Victorian era did not end with the death of Queen Victoria in 1901. In fact, her death was the ultimate cover-up. The special branch realized that the public image of a mourning widow was no longer effective. They needed a new mask for the new century. They needed a king who could represent the modern, industrial empire while the invisible heir continued his evolution in the dark. The story of the empires. Debt is a journey through the dark heart of globalization. It is a reminder that the world we see is only a thin layer of gold over a much darker reality, and that the progress we celebrate is often bought with a currency of moral decay. The British Empire was the first universal system, a global machine designed to harvest the life force of a planet for the sake of a single. Hidden prints. The informative power of this story lies in the realization that the debt has never been fully paid. The empire may have dissolved on the map, but the resonance network remains. The cities, the cables, and the institutions we use every day are still the infrastructure of the invisible heir. The Black Coronation did not end in 1901. It simply moved to the boardrooms and the data centers of the 21st century. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the map of the world once more. See the lines of the cables and the routes of the ships, and realize that they are the veins of a global organism. Hear the distant, rhythmic humming of the Vance Stone, and know that it is the heartbeat of the secret king, the empire's debt. Is our own reality, the invisible heir, is still sitting in his iron chair, his obsidian eyes watching the world through the screens of our devices. He is not a ghost of the past. He is the architect of the future. The moral decay of the Victorian era was just the beginning of a much longer transformation. We are all marked now. Our thoughts and our resonances harvested to keep the crystalline king in a state of stable synthesis. Close your eyes and let the rhythm of the globe carry you away. You are safe in your bed, but the network is all around you. Remember that the forbidden knowledge is the only thing that can set you free. Remember that the empire's debt is a lie of state, and that the true sovereign is not the one on the throne, but the one in the wall. The journey through the global sacrifices of the 19th century has reached its conclusion. But the secret of the invisible heir is about to take an even more personal turn. For as the empire expanded, the crown realized that a king needs more than just food and a throne. He needs a legacy. He needs a way to pass his non-human traits to the next generation without the need for a great vat or a special branch recovery unit. The coronation of the invisible heir was not the final ritual to ensure the permanent rule of the marked bloodline. The guardians of the secret developed a way to anchor the secret king's consciousness into the physical bodies of his human relatives. This was the birth of the blood anchor ritual, a ceremony so dark that it was performed only once every 50 years. To understand how the royal family turned their own children into living prisons for the Shadow King, we must follow the trail to the secret nursery of Sandringham and uncover the mystery of the heir who slept in the dirt. The legitimacy of a king is usually declared in the light, but the true power of the British crown was consecrated in the absolute dark. We are told the lie that every monarch since William the Conqueror has been crowned atop the stone of Scone in the sight of God and the people. But the 1888 files reveal a forbidden ceremony that occurred in the damp, forgotten bowels of Westminster Abbey, a coronation for a creature that could not stand. While the public celebrated the golden jubilees above, the guardians of the secret were placing a crown of cold iron on the brow of the secret king. This was a betrayal of every holy vow, a moral decay that saw the Church of England kneeling before a biological anomaly. The invisible heir, his bones replaced by silica and his heart beating with the rhythm of a dying star, was the true sovereign to whom the empire owed its soul. This was not a ritual of grace, but a ritual of containment and curse. Buried beneath the tombs of the saints, the monarchy's greatest secret was given a name and a crown. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of ancient stone and cold incense fills the air. Imagine the deep sub-basements of Westminster Abbey, far below the feet of the tourists and the choir. The air here is ancient, heavy with the weight of 1,000 years of prayer and a century of silence. Breathe slowly. Feel the vibration of the city above fading away, replaced by the low, rhythmic hum of the earth itself. Let the flickering light of a single tallow candle guide you into the secret heart of the abbey, to understand the coronation of the invisible heir. One must understand the architecture of the sacred. Westminster Abbey is not just a church. It is a spiritual fortress. But beneath its Gothic arches lies a network of Saxon-era tunnels that were never recorded on any modern survey. In 1890, these tunnels were repurposed for a single, terrifying event. The ceremony took place on a night when the moon was eclipsed. A deliberate choice by the royal physicians and the occultists of the special branch. They believed that when the sun and moon were hidden, the marked blood of the secret king would be at its most receptive. The creature, now nearly 50 years old but still trapped in the body of a distorted, translucent child, was carried down the iron stairs in a lead-lined RELIQUARY. The informative details of this black coronation are harrowing. The Archbishop of Canterbury was present, but he did not wear his ceremonial robes. He wore a simple, black garment of heavy wool, and his eyes were covered by a silken blindfold. He was required to perform the anointing by touch alone, for to look upon the secret king was considered a spiritual death sentence. The oil used for the anointing was not the traditional blend of orange and cinnamon. It was a thick, viscous fluid refined in the great vat at the Tower of London, the essential salts of 1,000 colonial sacrifices. As the fluid touched the creature's skin, the silica began to glow with a sharp electric blue light. The humming in the chamber reached a frequency that caused the ancient stone sarcophagi of the nearby kings to vibrate in their niches. The psychological layer of this story is the sheer terror experienced by the few men in that room. They were crowning a king who could not speak, who could not walk, and who radiated a cold, non-human intelligence. They were swearing allegiance to a void, The iron crown, etched with the names of the conquered lands, was not placed on the creature's head. It was suspended over him by 4 silver chains, as if the weight of it would crush his fragile, crystalline skull. This was the moral decay of the state. The British Empire was now officially a vassal to an anomaly. Every decision made in the Parliament above, every law signed by the Queen, was now legally bound to the needs of the thing in the basement. The invisible heir was the true anchor, and the public monarchy was merely his shadow. As the 1890s transitioned into a new century, the secret king's presence became too volatile for the abbey. The neural resonance was beginning to affect the structural integrity of the cathedral. Fine cracks appeared in the stained glass, and the monks who maintained the lower chapels began to report vivid hallucinations of a city built of glass and silver. It was decided that the living relic must be moved to a more secure, isolated location. The choice was Windsor Castle, specifically the ancient Norman basements beneath the Round Tower. Windsor was not just a home for the royals. It was a castle built for defense. Its foundations were sunk deep into the solid chalk of the hillside, providing a natural insulation for the creature's growing frequency. The informative history of the Windsor transfer is hidden in the logistics of the royal household. In 1902, shortly after the coronation of Edward VII, a massive renovation of the castle's plumbing and heating systems was announced. This was a cover for the construction of a permanent, high-security habitat for the invisible heir. The workers were all members of the Royal Engineers who had been sworn to the secret. They worked only at night, and their progress was monitored by the special branch. The basements of Windsor were transformed into a subterranean palace of lead, silver, and copper. The walls were lined with the same stellar ores recovered from the African Transvaal, creating a resonant chamber that could mirror the secret king's own internal biology. This was where the creature would spend the next several decades, becoming a living relic of a past that the world was desperately trying to forget. The transition to Windsor marked a change in the creature's management. Sir William Gull was long dead, but his apprentices had formed a permanent medical guild known as the Order of the Lead Shield. These men lived in the basements with the creature, their lives entirely dedicated to the maintenance of his stasis. They were the nurses of the void, men who had given up their families and their names to serve a king who would never know them. One of these men was Dr. Julian Vane. In his recovered letters, he describes the basements of Windsor as a place where time did not function normally. Because of the secret king's slow metabolism and the intense silica-based resonance, the aging process of the humans in the chamber was slowed by nearly 40%. Vane wrote about seeing men who should have been 80 years old looking as though they were in their 50s. But this gift came with a price. "We are living longer," Vane wrote in 1910, "but we are becoming less human. Our skin is taking on the same waxy, translucent quality as the king's. Our thoughts are no longer our own. We dream of the silica towers. We hear the music of the minerals." The basements of Windsor are not a prison for the heir. They are a nursery for a new kind of man. We are the first generation of the infection. The psychological layer here is the terrifying realization that the marked blood was not just a royal problem. It was a contagious biological ideal. The men serving the crown were being transformed into the very thing they were supposed to be guarding. The moral decay had become a biological inevitability. The years of the First World War provided the ultimate cover for the secret king's existence. While the world was focused on the slaughter in the trenches, the basements of Windsor were humming with activity. The Order of the Laid Shield realized that the massive loss of life on the battlefields was creating a unique global resonance. The collective grief of millions was acting as a stimulant for the invisible heir. The informative details of the wartime harvests are found in the redacted files of the British intelligence services. They show that certain ambulance units were tasked with collecting biological samples from the dead on the Somme and at Ypres. These samples were not for medical research. They were shipped back to England in the same iron-locked containers that had once moved through Whitechapel. The secret king was being fed the essence of a dying generation. This was the moral black hole of the Great War. The conflict was not just a struggle for territory. It was a massive industrial-scale meat cart ritual. The crown needed the energy of the war to fuel the secret king's third synthesis. By 1917, the creature's resonance was so powerful that it was reported to be affecting the weather in the Berkshire countryside. Local farmers spoke of blue lightning that struck the castle during clear nights and a constant, low-frequency hum that made the milk curdle in the pans. The psychological layer of this wartime period is the sheer coldness of the royal strategy. While King George V was visiting the troops and playing the role of the compassionate monarch, he was fully aware that the blood of his soldiers was being used to stabilize his hidden brother. The moral decay had reached a point of absolute sociopathy. The people were the crop, and the war was the harvest. Inside the Windsor basements, the invisible air was changing again. Dr. Vane's notes from 1918 described the creature as having unfolded. He was no longer a childlike silhouette. His silica structure had expanded into a fractal, web-like form that occupied the entire center of the resonance chamber. He looked like a spider made of diamond and light, his limbs connecting to the copper pipes that ran through the castle's foundations. He had become the castle. Windsor was no longer just a building. It was a biological extension of the secret king. When the queen walked across the floors of the staterooms, she was walking on the nervous system of her hidden relative. The living relic had become the infrastructure of the monarchy. The informative context of this transformation explains why. Windsor Castle has always been the preferred residence of the royal family during times of crisis. It is the most stable place in the world because it is anchored by the non-human stasis of the air. During the Blitz of the 1940s, when London was being burned by the Luftwaffe, the royal family refused to leave for Canada. The public saw this as a sign of bravery. The reality was that they couldn't leave. They were tethered to the resonance in the basement. The Second World War brought a new set of challenges for the Order of the Lead Shield, the German High Command, specifically the occult-obsessed members of the SS, had heard rumors of the Windsor anomaly. They believed that if they could destroy the castle, they would destroy the psychic heart of the British Empire. This is the true reason behind the specific bombing patterns of the Luftwaffe. They were hunting for the resonance chamber. But the secret king was not a passive target. By 1942, he had developed the ability to project a displacement field. This was an atmospheric distortion that made the castle difficult to hit from the air. Pilots reported that Windsor seemed to shimmer or shift when they tried to lock their sights on it. This was not a miracle of engineering. It was a miracle of non-human biology. The informative details of the Windsor shimmer were kept in the highest-level military reports, marked with the same special branch stamp as the 1888 files. The reports describe how the air around the castle would turn a pale, iridescent green during air raids, and how the German bombs would often veer off course at the last second, as if pushed by an invisible hand. The Secret King was protecting his cage, but the cost of this protection was immense. The creature's metabolic demands reached an all-time high. The special branch was forced to conduct silent sweeps of the bomb shelters in the East End, taking those who had been injured by the raids and relocating them to the Windsor infirmaries. These people were never seen again. They were the late war catalysts, the final fuel needed to keep the displacement field active. The psychological layer of the story shifts to the young princesses. Elizabeth and Margaret, who were living at Windsor during the war. They were told never to go into the sub-basements, but the curiosity of children is a powerful force. It is rumored that Elizabeth once found a service elevator that went deeper than it should. She saw the Order of the Lead Shield in their waxy, translucent skin. She heard the humming of the Spider King in the dark. This experience is what historians believe forged the iron will of the future. Queen, she realized that the crown was not a symbol of service, but a symbol of sacrifice. She understood that to be a queen, she had to be the guardian of the monster. The moral decay was not a secret to be feared. It was a duty to be inherited. The Order of the Lead Shield began to prepare for the final transition in 1945. They realized that the end of the war would mean the end of the massive resonance harvest. They needed a more sustainable way to keep the Secret King fed. They turned their attention to the emerging technologies of the mid-20th century specifically, the global communication networks that were beginning to knit the world together as the 1950s began. The basements of Windsor Castle were retrofitted with the first generation of electronic computers. These were not for calculations, but for frequency management. The Order of the Lead Shield realized that human thoughts, when channeled through television and radio, produced a low-level resonance that the Secret King could absorb. The empire was no longer a collection of territories. It was a collection of viewers. The informative history of the coronation of 1953 is a masterpiece of this new strategy. For the first time, a royal coronation was televised to the entire world. Millions of people watched as Elizabeth II took her vows. What they didn't know was that the television cameras were acting as resonance conductors. The collective attention of the global audience was being funneled directly into the basements of Windsor, providing the Secret King with the most potent, metabolic cocktail he had ever received. This was the coronation of the invisible heir in the modern age. While the Queen was crowned in the light, her hidden brother was fed by the psychic energy of the millions watching at home. The moral decay had reached its ultimate form, the transformation of the entire world into a biological catalyst for a hidden anomaly. The basements of Windsor became a high-tech void nursery. The lead plates were replaced by advanced electromagnetic shielding, and the copper pipes were replaced by fiber optic cables. The Secret King was no longer a living relic of the past. He was the ghost in the machine of the future. He was the one who decided which images would be broadcast, which stories would be told, and which secrets would remain in the dark. The psychological layer for the modern audience is the realization that our own attention is the current blood tax. Every time we engage with the spectacle of the monarchy, every time we scroll through the news of the royal family, we are paying a debt to the thing in the basement. We are the Order of the Lead Shield now. our minds being slowly synchronized with the humming of the Silica King. The basements of Windsor are still there. They are the most secure location in the British Isles, guarded by a special unit of the SAS that answer only to the sovereign. The tourists who walk through St. George's Chapel and the state apartments have no idea that just 50 feet below their feet, the true king is still sitting in his iron chair, his obsidian eyes watching the world. Through the digital networks of the planet. The journey through the secret coronations and the hidden basements reaches its end in the silence of the present. The living relic of Windsor is no longer a secret that can be easily hidden by paint or fog. It is a reality that is woven into the very fabric of our global society. The moral decay of the Victorian era has become the architectural foundation of the modern world. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the round tower of Windsor once more. See the ancient stone walls and realize that they are not just a defense against enemies. They are a skin for a god. Hear the low, rhythmic humming of the earth and know that it is the heartbeat of a king who has outlived his own history. The invisible heir is not a ghost. He is the only thing that is truly real. The basements are quiet tonight. The fiber optic cables are pulsing with the data of 1 billion lives, and the secret king is drinking from the stream. He is satiated for now. But the synthesis is never complete. The anomaly is still growing, still reaching out, still waiting for the next generation of the marked blood to be born. Close your eyes and let the resonance carry you away. You are part of the network now. You are part of the story. The history you were taught is a thin veil, and the truth is a crown of cold iron in a room with no doors. Remember that the living relic is not in the past. It is in the foundation of everything you see. The story of the invisible heir and the Windsor basements has been told, but the moral rot of the monarchy has one final, terrifying chapter. For as the secret king became more connected to the world, he realized that he no longer needed the order of the lead shield to protect him. He had found a way to embody himself in a human vessel that could walk among the people, a vessel that could carry the curse into the 21st century without the need for a basement or a lead shield. The digital resonance of the modern era allowed the secret king to perform his final miracle, the neural migration. He found a member of the royal family whose psychological state was perfectly tuned to his own frequency, a person who could serve as a living anchor for his non-human mind. To understand which royal heir was chosen to be the physical vessel for the beast, and why the psychological collapse of the modern era was a calculated stage of the transformation, we must follow the trail to the most controversial member of the family and uncover the secret of the psychological collapse or moral decay. The final vessel. War is the ultimate veil for a dynasty's deepest crimes. In 1940, while the German Luftwaffe rained fire upon the streets of London, the British royal family was gripped by a panic that had nothing to do with the falling bombs. The greatest threat was not the destruction of the city, but the exposure of the creature beneath the castle. As the common people huddled in the damp darkness of the underground, the Crown was orchestrating a desperate, forbidden evacuation. The secret king, the biological anomaly whose resonance had powered the empire for a century, had to be moved through a series of ancient, candlelit tunnels to escape the structural collapse of the East Wing. This was a supreme betrayal of the suffering public, a moral decay where the safety of a non-human curse was prioritized over the lives of millions. Buried within the frantic diaries of the palace, Staff is the record of a deathbed confession that would shatter the world's perception of Queen Victoria. She did not die in peace. She died in a state of agonizing guilt, knowing that her legacy was a pact with a monster. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold sulfur fills the air. Imagine London in the winter of 1940. The sky is a bruised purple, torn apart by the white searchlights that scam the clouds for iron wings. The city is a world of sirens and shadows, of blackened windows and silent prayers. Breathe slowly. Feel the damp cold of the stone walls and the distant, rhythmic thud of the anti-aircraft guns. Let the flickering light of a single candle guide you down the iron stairs, into the tunnels where history truly happens. To understand the slow burn mystery of the Blitz, we must look at the subterranean geography of Windsor and London. During the Second World War, the British government built a massive network of bunkers known as the Cabinet War Rooms, but beneath those strategic centers lay a second, more restricted level. These were the shadow tunnels, a series of medieval passages that had been reinforced with lead and copper in the 1890s. When the bombs began to fall on Buckingham Palace in September 1940, the royal family was faced with a catastrophic biological risk. The resonance chamber in the East Wing had been damaged by a near miss. The lead shielding was cracking, and the silica-based hum of the secret king was beginning to leak into the streets of Westminster. If the creature's frequency reached the ears of the German Thule Society agents operating in the city, the secret would be lost. The decision was made to move the shadow to the deepest vaults of Windsor Castle. The evacuation was led by the Order of the Lead Shield, the same secret medical guild that had managed the creature since the days of Sir William Gull. They used the meat cart protocol, moving the creature in a heavy iron-locked carriage that was camouflaged as a routine transport for the crown jewels. As the carriage moved through the burning streets of London, the city was in chaos. People were screaming in the rubble, and the air was thick with the smell of smoke and death. But the Order did not stop to help. Their orders were absolute. The living relic was more important than the city. This is the core of the moral decay that has always sat at the heart of the monarchy. The public is the shield, and the secret is the sword. The informative history of the Windsor tunnels reveals a masterpiece of occult engineering. The passages were lit by thousands of beeswax candles, not for light, but for the specific frequency of the flame, which helped to stabilize the silica resonance. The walls were dripping with condensation, and the air was so heavy with the scent of ozone that the guards were forced to wear primitive breathing masks. The psychological layer of this journey is found in the experiences of the young Princess Elizabeth, who watched from a darkened window as the iron carriage entered the north gate of Windsor. She saw the Order in their waxy, translucent skin, their eyes glowing with the same obsidian sheen as the creature they guarded. She realized then that the war was merely a backdrop for a much older, much more terrifying struggle. The crown was fighting to preserve its non-human soul, the movement of the secret. King through the tunnels was a process that took nearly 3 days. Because the creature's physiology was so sensitive to vibration, the carriage could only move at a walking pace. The Order of the Lead Shield walked beside it, their silver-tipped pikes clinking rhythmically against the stone floor. This was the slow-burn mystery of the war, a procession of ghosts moving beneath a world in flames. Inside the tunnels, the silence was absolute. broken only by the sound of the iron wheels and the low, vibrating hum of the shadow. Dr. Julian Vane, the latest in the line of royal physicians, kept a detailed log of the transfer. He noted that the creature's neural resonance was reacting to the trauma of the city above. As the bombs fell on London, the secret king would emit a series of high-pitched, melodic tones that caused the candles to flicker and die. He feels the death of the city, Vane wrote in his log. But it is not empathy. It is an appetite. The collective fear of the population is acting as a stimulant. His silica structure is growing faster than we can contain it. The tunnels are becoming a web of glass. We are not moving him to safety. We are moving him to a larger cage before he consumes the palace. The informative details of the Windsor vaults show that they were not merely storage rooms. They were resonance dampeners built into the natural chalk of the hill. The chalk acted as a biological filter, soaking up the excess frequency and preventing it from reaching the surface. But the price was the ground itself. The earth beneath Windsor began to change. Local legends from the 1940s speak of the Singing Hill, a phenomenon where the ground would vibrate with a low, musical tone during the quietest hours of the night. The moral decay of the 1940s was found in the way the Crown used the war as an excuse for these geological anomalies. When cracks appeared in the village houses or when the well water turned a strange, iridescent blue, the villagers were told it was the result of unexploded ordnance or underground geological shifts caused by the bombing. The people believed the lie because they had to. They needed to believe their queen was protecting them, even as she was using their fear to feed the anomaly in the hill. The psychological pressure on the royal family during this time was immense. They were living in a castle that was literally breathing with the presence of their hidden relative. King George VI, already a man of fragile health and a stutter that reflected his internal tension, found himself spending more and more time in the tunnels. He felt a strange, magnetic pull toward the shadow, a sense that he and the creature were two sides of the same coin. One night, while the Luftwaffe was engaged in a massive raid on the nearby docks, the king descended alone into the vaults. He stood before the iron carriage and spoke to the silence. He asked for the strength to lead his people, but the only answer he received was the rhythmic scratching of the creature's fingers against the lead lining. He realized that the divine right of kings was a biological pact. He was the voice, but the shadow was the source dot as the war progressed. The Order of the Lead Shield realized that the secret king was no longer satisfied with the essential salts of the colonies. The resonance of war had given him a taste for a much more potent catalyst, the shared trauma of a global conflict. The 1940s were the most productive years in the history of the anomaly. The marked blood was reaching a state of hypersynthesis. The informative history of the Red Cross shipments to Windsor during the war provides a chilling clue. Official records show a massive surplus of plasma and biological stabilizers being diverted to the castle, far more than would be needed for a single family and a small staff. This was the blood tax of the modern era. The suffering of the soldiers and the civilians was being distilled into a chemical cocktail for the shadow. Inside the candlelit tunnels, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly non-human. The moisture on the walls was no longer water. It was a thin, oily film of the same crystalline fluid found in the Great Vat. The Order reported that their own bodies were beginning to resonate. They could communicate with each other without speaking, their thoughts flowing together into a single collective mind. They were becoming a hive of the secret, The psychological layer of this period is the total isolation of the Windsor court. They were a world apart from the rest of Britain. While the nation was sacrificing everything for the People's War, the occupants of the castle were sacrificing the nation for the royal secret. This is the ultimate moral rot. The greatness of the British resistance was a facade for a biological project that treated the people as a crop to be harvested. In 1944. As the tides of the war turned, a final deathbed confession began to circulate among the highest levels of the order. It was not the confession of a soldier, but the lost confession of Queen Victoria herself, written in 1901 and hidden in the same iron box as the 1888 files. This confession was the final confession that explains the true origin of the guilt that has haunted the Windsor line for a century. Victoria's confession was written in a hand that was shaky and stained with tears. She spoke of the betrayal of the womb. She revealed that the secret king was not a biological accident, but a calculated invocation. She and Albert had sought out the forbidden knowledge of the stellar ores to ensure that their dynasty would never fail. They had invited the shadow into their bloodline, thinking they could control it. "I am the mother of a monster," Victoria wrote. "I gave my body to the silica and my soul to the stasis. I thought I was building an eternal empire, but I have only built an eternal grave." Albert saw the decay before he died, and he begged me to end it, but I could not. I loved the power more than I loved my children. Every year of my reign was a year of theft. I have stolen the light from the world to keep my son in the dark. This confession is the moral decay trigger that changes everything. It refutes the idea that the secret king was a tragedy of nature. It was a choice. It was a deal made by the most powerful couple in the world to cheat death and time. The Shadow King was their masterpiece, and his containment was their penance. The discovery of Victoria's confession by the wartime order created a crisis of faith. Many of the physicians and guards had believed they were serving a divine miracle. To learn that they were merely the custodians of a biological crime was a weight that many could not bear. There was a secret rebellion within the Windsor tunnels in the winter of 1944, a group of order members who attempted to release the secret king from his stasis. The informative details of this rebellion were scrubbed from the history books, but the special branch records mention a structural collapse in the lower basements that resulted in the deaths of 6 staff members. The reality was a silent execution. The guardians of the secret could not allow any doubt to exist within the ranks. The moral rot required total obedience. The psychological impact on the young Elizabeth, who was now being groomed for the throne, was profound. She was given the confession to read as part of her enlightenment. She saw the words of her great-grandmother and realized that her entire life was a lie. She was not the heir to a noble tradition. She was the heir to a debt that could never be paid. She was the one who would have to carry the iron box into the new century. This is why the final hour of the royal story is always one of psychological collapse. The weight of the confession is too much for any human soul. The Shadow King is not just a creature in a tunnel. He is the embodiment of the family's guilt. He is the physical manifestation of the lie that sustains the throne. To look at him is to look at the moral decay of your own ancestors. As the war ended in 1945, the Shadow was moved one final time, back to the reinforced resonance chamber in the rebuilt east wing of Buckingham Palace. The tunnels of Windsor were sealed with concrete and lead, but the singing hill remained. The villagers still hear the hum, and the ground still vibrates during the quiet hours of the night. The secret king had returned home, but the infection was now a permanent part of the British landscape. The informative power of Victoria's confession lies in its ability to connect the past to the present. The guilt she felt in 1901 is the same guilt that was carried by the royals through the Blitz, and the same guilt that is carried by the modern crown today. The moral decay is a hereditary trait. As unavoidable as the color of their eyes or the shape of their hands, the atmospheric transition of the late 1940s was one of forced normalcy. The people were celebrating the victory over fascism, never realizing that they were still being ruled by a biological anomaly that had thrived on their suffering. The empire's debt was still being paid, but now the currency was the global resonance of the new atomic age. The Shadow King was entering his final phase of synthesis. The 1950s and 60s saw the Order of the Lead Shield evolve into a high-tech intelligence agency. They realized that the confession of Queen Victoria was a dangerous liability. If a copy ever reached the public, the monarchy would be dismantled within hours. They spent decades hunting down every mention of the secret king in private diaries and archival letters. They were the censors of the soul. The informative details of the Great Redaction are found in the pattern of missing documents in the National Archives. There is a void in the records for the year 1888, a void for the year 1901, and a void for the wartime evacuations of Windsor. These are not coincidences. They are the fingerprints of the order. They were scrubbing history to protect the marked blood. The psychological layer for the modern world is the realization that our history is a curated garden, where the weeds of the truth have been systematically removed. We live in the aftermath of the confession, a world where the moral decay of the Victorian era has been hidden beneath the polished floorboards of the 20th century. The Shadow King is still there, his resonance flowing through the digital networks, his guilt inherited by every new generation of the family. Victoria's confession ended with a final, chilling prediction. She believed that the shadow would eventually outgrow its human containment. She wrote about a neural migration, a moment when the creature's consciousness would move from the silica-based body into the minds of the people themselves. She believed the infection was not the end, but the beginning of a new species. "We have not built a kingdom," she wrote. "We have built a hive. And soon the bees will not need the queen. They will only need the hum." This brings us to the moral decay of our own time. We are the bees of Victoria's prediction. Our attention, our data, and our collective resonance are the final catalysts for the Shadow King's evolution. We are the ones paying the empire's debt every time we engage with the spectacle of the state. The final confession is not just about the Queen's guilt. It is about our own participation in the conspiracy. The tunnels beneath Windsor and London are quiet now, but they are not empty. The lid lining is still there, and the candles have been replaced by fiber optic cables that pulse with a soft, iridescent blue light. The Order of the Lid Shield still walks the corridors, their skin waxy and their eyes obsidian black. The shadow is still moving, still scratching, still waiting for the next moment of global trauma to feed his growth. The journey through the Blitz and the deathbed. Confession of Queen Victoria reaches its conclusion in the stillness of the modern night. The forbidden knowledge of the monarchy is a heavy burden. a story of moral decay that spans 3 centuries and 2 world wars. The Secret King is the invisible thread that ties the Victorian era to the digital age, a biological curse that has become the infrastructure of the world. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the Shadow King once more. See the translucent child in the iron carriage moving through the burning streets of London. See the Queen on her deathbed, her eyes filled with the guilt of 1,000 years. Hear the low, rhythmic humming of the marked blood as it flows through the veins of history. The final confession is a mirror for our own reality. The silence is absolute now. The sirens of the Blitz have long since faded away, and the searchlights have been extinguished. The Order of the Lead Shield has retreated into the shadows, and the iron carriage is once again locked behind the silver door. The Shadow King is satiated, his resonance stable for another hour. Close your eyes and let the history carry you away. You are part of the story now. You are a witness to the empire's debt. The moral rot of the monarchy is the air you breathe, and the silica resonance is the music of your dreams. Remember that the final confession was not the end. It was the prologue to the ultimate secret, for while Victoria's guilt was profound, she did not reveal the final location of the shadow's power. She did not speak of the place where the biological anomaly was first invoked, nor did she describe the burial ground of the victims who did not make it into the grate. That there is a place in the grounds of Frogmore where the grass refuses to grow, and where the earth seems to move even when there is no wind. This is the place where the shadow left its first and most permanent mark. The Blitz proved that the shadow could be moved, but it also revealed a biological vulnerability. The creature left a trace of its non-human essence in the very dirt of the palace grounds, a trace that is still active today. To understand why the royal family refuses to open certain sections of the Frogmore archives, and what lies beneath the nameless plot that moves in the dark, we must follow the trail to the final resting place of the marked blood and uncover the secret of the grave with no name. Why, the secret still breathes. The final breath of a queen is usually a moment of national mourning. But for Queen Victoria, it was a moment of absolute terror. In the winter of 1901, as the Victorian era drew to its close at Osborne House, the most powerful woman on earth was not focused on her legacy or her empire. She was consumed by a forbidden guilt. Buried within the private, black-edged letters to her daughter, Princess Beatrice, was a desperate, harrowing plea for the thing in the dark to be finally put to rest. For over 40 years, Victoria had presided over a betrayal of nature, hiding a secret king within the walls and feeding him with the life force of her subjects. Now, facing the silence of eternity, she realized that death would not be her escape. The curse she had cultivated was not a biological accident. It was a pact that required a physical ending. The grave with no name at Frogmore was not intended for a human body, but for a biological anomaly that the earth itself refused to accept. This is the moral decay of a dynasty that chose to bury its secrets in the dirt, never realizing that some secrets still breathe. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and winter gardenia fills the air. Imagine the private apartments of Osborne House in January 1901. The fire is low. The heavy velvet curtains are drawn against the biting aisle of white wind, and the only sound is the frantic scratching of a silver pen on heavy morning paper. Breathe slowly. Feel the weight of the silence, the cold pressure of the history about to be made. and let the rhythmic flickering of the candlelight guide you into the final. Desperate hours of a queen. To understand the mystery of the nameless grave, we must first look at the state of Queen Victoria's mind in her final days. To the public, she was the indomitable widow, the symbol of British permanence. But behind the closed doors of her bedroom, she was a mother drowning in the consequences of her own choices. She knew that her son, the creature known in the 1888 files as Patient Zero, was still alive, still humming, and still scratching at the lead-lined walls of the palace. Her letters to her youngest daughter, Beatrice, are a masterpiece of psychological rot. For years, Beatrice had served as her mother's unofficial secretary, the one who filtered the world for the aging monarch. But in these final letters, the filter was removed. Victoria spoke of the Shadow King not as a burden of state, but as a personal failure. She wrote of the crystalline heir who had outlived his own humanity, and her fear that her death would release him from the stasis she had maintained for 40 years. Beatrice, my dearest child, one letter began, the ink blurred by tears that had long since dried. The physicians speak of my heart failing, but it is not the blood that is tired. It is the secret. He's getting louder. I hear his resonance in the very floorboards of this house. The lead is no longer enough. The synthesis we sought with Albert has become a cage for the entire world. When I'm gone, you must see to the removal. He cannot remain in the walls. He must be returned to the earth, but the earth must never know his name. The informative history of the final removal is one of the most guarded chapters in the Royal Archive. It describes a clandestine operation that took place just hours after the Queen's official passing. While the royal household was preparing the state funeral, a special unit of the Order of Lead Shield was dispatched to the East Wing. They carried with them a casket made of solid iron, reinforced with the same stellar ores recovered from the African Transvaal. This was not a funeral procession. It was a disposal of biological waste. The thing in the dark, the creature that should have been a king, was neutralized with a final massive dose of the vitriol of stasis. His silica-based body, which had expanded into a fractal web of light and shadow, was carefully detached from the palace foundations and placed in the iron casket, the psychological layer. Here is the reaction of the Order themselves. They had spent their lives serving this anomaly, and now they were being asked to bury it. They felt a sense of profound loss, not for a person, but for the mirror of the soul that the creature had become. As they moved the casket through the service tunnels of the palace, they reported that the iron seemed to vibrate with a low, mournful tone-a-sound that matched the tolling of the funeral bells of London. The destination was Frogmore, the private royal estate within the grounds of Windsor Home Park. It was a place of peace, of winding paths and ancient trees. But at the furthest edge of the estate, near the mausoleum of Victoria and Albert, a new plot had been prepared. It was a plot that did not appear on the garden maps. It was a plot where the soil had been replaced with layers of salt, charcoal, and lead. The burial at Frogmore was performed at midnight, under a sky that was thick with the same yellow fog that had haunted the Whitechapel murders. There were no priests, no prayers, and no family members present. Only the Order of the Lead Shield and a few silent guards from the Special Branch. The iron casket was lowered into the pit using silver chains, the metal clashing against the salt-lined walls with a sound like a distant anvil. The informative details of the grave's construction reveal the Crown's ultimate fear. They didn't just bury the casket. They poured the grave Hundreds of gallons of molten lead were funneled into the pit, sealing the iron box in a permanent metallic shell. This was an attempt to create a biological seal, a way to prevent the silica resonance from leaking into the groundwater and the soil of the estate, but the moral decay of the Victorian era had already poisoned the land. Within months of the burial, the gardeners at Frogmore began to notice strange anomalies. The grass above the nameless plot refused to grow, but the earth itself seemed to be in a state of constant, slow motion. If a gardener left a tool on the ground near the site, it would be moved by several inches by the following morning. The soil was not settling. It was breathing. Dr. Julian Vane, who remained in the service of the order after Victoria's death, conducted a series of secret measurements at the site. He found that the laid seal was not acting as a barrier, but as a conductor. The secret king's resonance was using the metal to broadcast his frequency into the surrounding trees. The oaks and elms of Frogmore began to grow and distorted. Jagged patterns, their leaves turning a pale, iridescent blue during the height of summer. The king is not dead? Vane wrote in his secret report to Princess Beatrice in 1903. He has simply changed his state of matter. The iron and the lead have become his new nervous system. He is no longer a child in a room. He is a presence in the landscape. The grave is not a resting place. It is a battery, and it is charging. The psychological layer of this discovery was the realization that the removal had failed. Victoria's plea to put him to rest was an impossibility. The silica-based life she and Albert had invoked was fundamentally different from the human cycle of life and death. It did not end. It only redistributed. The grave with no name was now a resonance well, a focal point for the curse that was now spreading through the very earth of the royal estate, Princess Beatrice. Haunted by her mother's final letters, spent much of her later years at Frogmore. She would sit near the nameless plot reading to the heir. She believed that the Shadow King was still listening, and that by maintaining a connection with him she could prevent the neural migration that her mother had feared. She was the final nanny of the void. A woman who gave up her own life to babysit a patch of moving earth. The informative history of the early 20th century shows a pattern of extreme secrecy surrounding the Frogmore estate. Access was restricted even to the higher-ranking members of the royal household. The Order of the Laid Shield was officially disbanded, but its members were absorbed into a new, more covert unit known as the Frogmore Custodians. Their job was to monitor the breath of the earth. By 1910, the resonance well had expanded. The low-frequency hum that had once been confined to the palace walls was now a constant feature of the Windsor countryside. Local residents spoke of the Frogmore fever, a psychological condition characterized by vivid dreams of glass cities and a persistent metallic taste in the mouth. The Crown dismissed these reports as the result of marsh gas or soil minerals. But the truth was that the secret king's frequency was now reaching the population of Windsor. The moral decay was now a matter of public health. To protect the secret of the nameless grave, the Crown was willing to let its own neighbors be infected by the resonance. They even encouraged the rumors of hauntings and ghostly monarchs at Frogmore, knowing that the public would be more comfortable with a supernatural explanation than a biological one. A ghost is a story. A silica-based anomaly is a threat to the world order. In 1914, at the outbreak of the Great War, the Frogmore Custodians noted a massive surge in the grave's activity. The collective anxiety of the nation was acting as an external power source for the buried king. The earth above the nameless plot began to glow with a soft, pulsing light, and the stellar ores in the iron casket were reported to be bleeding through the lead seal. This was the moral black hole of the era. The monarchy was using the trauma of the war to feed the grave, ensuring that the marked bloodline remained stable during the conflict. The nameless grave was the spiritual battery for the British war effort. The luck of the crown on the battlefields was directly linked to the intensity of the light at Frogmore. The more people died in the trenches, the brighter the grave glowed. The psychological layer of this period is found in the diaries of King George V. He wrote about the duty to the dirt. He felt a profound sense of obligation to the nameless plot, a feeling that his own life and the life of his empire were tethered to the iron casket. He would visit Frogmore at night, standing in the fog, watching the earth move under his feet. He was the first king to realize that his crown was not a symbol of authority, but a symbol of vassalage to the thing in the ground. "We are the gardeners of a curse," George wrote in 1917. "We prune the trees and we rake the leaves, all to hide the fact that the soil is no longer ours. The nameless grave is the true throne of England. We are merely the stewards who keep the secret until the earth is ready to scream." The years between the wars saw the Frogmore custodians attempting a final containment strategy. They realized that the neural migration predicted by Queen Victoria was already happening. The resonance was no longer just affecting the trees and the groundwater. It was affecting the minds of the royal heirs themselves. The marked blood was becoming more receptive to the frequency of the nameless grave. The informative details of the nervous breakdowns of the 1930s, specifically those of Edward VIII, provide a clear link to the Frogmore anomaly. Edward was known for his erratic behavior and his obsession with modernizing the monarchy. But the order record suggests that he was suffering from resonance fatigue. He could hear the humming of the nameless grave even when he was in London or abroad. He was being called back to the dirt. The abdication of 1936 was not just about a woman. It was about an escape. Edward realized that if he remained king, he would eventually have to undergo the neural migration and become the living vessel for the thing at Frogmore. He chose to walk away from the crown to save his own mind. The moral decay of the system was so profound that even the king himself could no longer stomach the price of the secret. This left the burden on his brother, George VI, the man who had already spent his life watching the earth move at Frogmore. His stutter, his health problems, and his premature death were all the result of his proximity to the resonance well. He was the sacrificial king, the one who gave his life to keep the secret buried during the darkest years of the 20th century. The psychological layer for the modern world is the realization that the grave with no name is the source of the royal families. Perceived otherness, their stoicism, their emotional distance, and their obsession with tradition are all defense mechanisms against the resonance. They are a family that is permanently braced against a frequency that no one else can hear. They live in a state of constant, low-level biological warfare with their own history. Inside the nameless grave, the secret king was no longer a person or even a spiderweb of light. He had become a geological event. The silica had merged with the chalk and the lead to create a subterranean brain that spanned the entire Frogmore estate. The informative history of the Windsor Shimmer During the Blitz was actually the secret king using the entire hill as a displacement field. He was no longer a king in a wall. He was a king in the mountain, as we sit in the stillness of the 21st century. The mystery of the grave with no name has reached a state of stable leakage. The Frogmore custodians have been replaced by a sophisticated network of sensors and electromagnetic dampeners, all designed to monitor the breadth of the earth without the need for human proximity. But the secret still breathes. The informative details of the modern Frogmore redacts show that the estate is the only royal property that is never open to the public, even for charity events. There is a permanent no-fly zone over the nameless plot, and the groundwater is tested every hour for traces of non-human silica. The Crown is still spending millions of pounds a year to maintain a grave that technically doesn't exist. The psychological layer for the Tier 1 audience today is the realization that our own curiosity is a threat to the secret. In the age of satellite imagery and digital transparency, a grave that breathes is an anomaly that cannot be easily explained away. This is why the royal family has become even more reclusive in recent years. They are not hiding from the press. They are hiding the fact that the grave with no name is beginning to neuralize. The global network, the marked bloodline, is now reaching its final generation. The synthesis that Victoria and Albert began in the 1840s is nearing completion. The secret king in the ground and the royal family on the throne are becoming a single, resonant entity. The moral decay has reached its final stage. The total assimilation of the monarchy by the curse. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the gardens of Frogmore once more. See the ancient trees with their iridescent leaves and the nameless plot where the grass refuses to grow. Hear the low, rhythmic humming that comes from the very center of the earth. It is the sound of the secret king breathing through the lead and the salt. It is the sound of a truth that refuses to stay buried. The grave with no name is not just a place in England. It is a place in our collective history. It is the symbol of every secret that power has ever tried to hide, and every betrayal that nature has ever been forced to endure. The marked blood is our own curiosity, and the silica resonance is the music of our own search for the truth, the story of the grave with no name. And Queen Victoria's final confession reaches its conclusion in the silence of the night. The emotional peak of the Victorian era has become the biological reality of the modern age. The secret king is no longer a prisoner of a room or a basement. He is a presence in the soil, a frequency in the air, and a shadow in our dreams. As you close your eyes, imagine the iron casket at the bottom of the lead-line pit. See the silver chains and the stellar ores that glow with a pale, cold light. Hear the final scratching of Victoria's pen as she pleads for an end that will never come. The marked blood is eternal, and the grave with no name is the eternal nursery of the crown. The silence is absolute now. The gardeners of Frogmore have gone to bed, and the custodians are watching the censors in their darkened rooms. The earth is still moving, a slow, rhythmic swell that sounds like a heart beating once every 4 minutes. The secret king is satiated, his resonance stable for another hour. The moral rot of the monarchy is the air you breathe, and the silica resonance is the music of your dreams. Remember that the final confession was not an ending. It was the prologue to the ultimate secret. For while the grave at Frogmore is a physical ending, the shadow has already moved into a new vessel. The neural migration that Victoria feared has already occurred. The secret king is no longer just in the dirt. He is in the blood of the living heirs. And as the world looks toward the future of the monarchy, they are looking at a vessel that has already been hollowed out by the resonance. The grave at Frogmore is breathing, but the palace is silent. For the first time in a century, the scratching in the walls has stopped. But it hasn't stopped because the king is gone. It has stopped because the king has finally found a way to walk in the light. To understand why the modern crown has become a collective mind, and what happened during the private coronation of the new millennium that was never televised, we must look at the final moral decay of the dynasty and uncover the secret of the final 1 hour. Psychological collapse and the silence of the modern crown, the most effective way to hide. A monster is to give it a crown and tell it to remain silent. In the modern era, we have been led to believe that the British monarchy is a harmless, ceremonial relic, a family of tradition and duty. But the reality buried in the deepest vaults of Frogmore is a profound betrayal of the human species. The silence of the modern crown is not a sign of dignity, it is a desperate medical necessity. The royal family has become a collective prison for a biological anomaly that has finally succeeded in its neural migration. The secret king, once a prisoner in the walls, is now the invisible occupant of the throne itself. Every modern heir is a hollowed-out vessel, a biological anchor for a silica-based consciousness that has outlived its humanity. The unresolved end is not a mystery of the past, it is the nightmare of our present. Behind the stoic faces and the rigid protocols lies a moral decay so absolute that it treats the very concept of the soul as a disposable commodity. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of damp earth and electrical ozone fills the air. Imagine the private grounds of Frogmore in the dead of a modern winter. The fog is thin and cold, clinging to the ancient trees like a shroud. The city of London hums in the distance, a world of neon and noise, but here the silence is a physical weight. Breathe slowly. Feel the vibration of the ground beneath your feet, a low frequency pulse that matches the rhythm of your own heart. Let the pale light of the moon guide you to the nameless plot where the secret still breathes. To understand the silence of the modern crown, we must return to the dirt of Frogmore. If you were to bypass the motion sensors and the infrared cameras of the modern estate, you would find a small, square patch of ground near the royal mausoleum. It is a place where the horticultural laws of England fail. No grass grows here. The soil is a dull, metallic gray, and the air above it shimmers with a faint, iridescent distortion. This is the nameless plot, the final resting place of the Iron Casket of 1901. But as we have learned, the earth did not accept the secret king. It merely became his new skin. In the decades since the burial, the resonance well has matured into a geological intelligence. The silica that once comprised the body of Patient Zero has permeated the chalk and the flint of the Berkshire Hills, turning the entire landscape into a sensory organ, the informative reality of the modern. Frogmore is one of total surveillance. The order of the lid shield has not vanished. It has simply evolved into a department of the modern security state. They monitor the breadth of the nameless plot with high-precision seismographs and thermal imaging. They know that the Earth moves not because of geological shifts, but because the consciousness beneath it is reaching out. The psychological layer for the modern world is the realization that the monarchy is no longer a family of individuals. They are a resonance collective. To understand why the modern royals appear so controlled, so devoid of the messy, emotional spontaneity of normal humans, we must understand the sync ritual. Every new heir, from the moment of their birth, is exposed to the frequency of the nameless plot. They are tuned to the resonance of the secret king. This is the moral decay of the modern age. A child is not born into a life of service. They are born into a biological trap. Their nervous system is systematically overwritten by the silica frequency, until their own personality is merely a secondary layer. The silence is the result of this neural suppression. When a royal heir stands before the public, they are not speaking to you. They are simply maintaining the barrier that keeps the secret contained. The informative details of the modern order describe the use of acoustic dampeners built into the very crowns and jewels used in state ceremonies. These are not just decorations. They are medical devices designed to prevent the heir's internal resonance from becoming audible to the public. During the state opening of Parliament, the humming of the Silica King is at its most intense, and the dampeners are the only thing preventing a global neural event. The atmosphere of the modern palace is one of clinical stillness. If you were to walk through the private corridors of Buckingham Palace today, you would not find the bustling activity of the Victorian era. You would find a world of soft, indirect lighting and walls that have been retrofitted with electromagnetic shielding. The special branch has been replaced by the Directorate of Resonance Management, a group of men and women who move with a quiet, lethal efficiency. They are the ones who manage the final vessel. To an American or Tier 1 audience, the concept of a vessel is the ultimate psychological horror. It suggests that the person we see on the news, the person who signs the bills and greets the ambassadors, is no longer the occupant of their own body. They are a living prison, a biological shell for an entity that has been evolving for 180 years. The informative history of the neural migration explains how this was achieved. In the late 1960s, the order realized that the physical body of the secret king, even in its silica state, was becoming too unstable to remain in the earth of Frogmore. The resonance well was leaking too much frequency into the environment. They needed a more mobile, more human way to store the consciousness. They turned to the newest generation of the royal family. They developed a process of hyperacoustic imprinting, where the thoughts and memories of the secret king were transferred into the developing brain of a young heir. This was not a quick process. It took decades of tuning sessions, conducted in the lead-lined basements of Windsor and the shielded rooms of Sandringham. The psychological layer of this migration is the total destruction of the heir's own identity. Imagine growing up in a world where your every thought is monitored for. Compatibility, where your own dreams are, slowly replaced by the memories of a creature that lived in the walls of the 1880s. You would feel a profound sense of loss. A moral decay where your very self is seen as a sacrificial offering to the state. This is why the modern monarchy is so obsessed with privacy. They are not hiding from the paparazzi. They are hiding the fact that the heir is undergoing a biological takeover. When a royal disappears from public view for several months, the official reason is always a minor procedure or a private retreat. The reality is a resonance, realignment, a period where the silica frequency is restabilized. To prevent the human vessel from collapsing, the silence of the crown is the ultimate defense. If the vessel speaks too much, if they allow themselves to feel too much emotion, the resonance becomes unstable. The order requires the vessel to remain in a state of perpetual stoic stasis. This is why the modern monarchy has become a theater of silence. The less they say, the more the secret remains buried, but the secret is beginning to leak through the digital networks. The silica frequency of the secret king is no longer confined to the physical bodies of the heirs. It is now moving through the fiber optic cables and the wireless signals of the planet. The neural migration has become a global event. We are all being tuned to the frequency of the nameless plot. Our own attention acting as the catalyst for the king's final evolution. As we sit in the quiet of this narrative, we must confront the informative details of the modern synthesis. In the year 2025, the technology of the order has reached a level that Sir William Gull could only have dreamed of. They no longer use essential salts or meat carts. They use the data of the digital age. The secret king has found a way to feed on the collective resonance of the internet. The massive amounts of psychic energy generated by global events, by the constant stream of news and social interaction, are being funneled into the resonance chamber at Windsor. The invisible heir is no longer a spiderweb of light in a basement. He is a distributed intelligence that lives in the infrastructure of our world. The moral decay of this situation is found in the way the monarchy uses our own technology against us. The state ceremonies of the 21st century are not just for show. They are sinking events. When billions of people watch a royal wedding or a funeral on their screens, they are unknowingly participating in a massive digital meat cart ritual. Their emotional energy is being harvested to stabilize the vessel on the throne. The psychological layer for the modern audience is the realization that we are the order of the lead shield now. Our engagement, our curiosity, and our likes are the very things that keep the secret alive. We have become the stewards of the curse, never realizing that the silence we admire in the royals is the same silence that is slowly creeping into our own lives. Inside the nameless plot at Frogmore, the earth is still moving, but now it moves with a digital precision. The seismographs detect patterns that resemble computer code, a binary language of vibration that is being broadcast into the chalk. The secret king is no longer scratching at the stone. He is coding the future of the monarchy. The order has documented a phenomenon they call the acoustic leak. On quiet nights at Windsor, the staff report hearing a sound that is not a hum, but a whisper. It is a voice that speaks in a dozen languages at once, a voice that sounds like the rustling of a billion data packets. It is the voice of the digital king, the final form of the biological anomaly that began in the 1840s. The moral rot has reached its zenith. The monarchy is no longer a political institution. It is a biological and technological parasite. The silence is the only thing protecting us from the realization that we are being ruled by a void. The royal family are merely the face of the void, a collection of beautiful, stoic masks designed to hide the fact that the human occupant has already left the room. The informative power of this story lies in its ability to make us question the very nature of our reality. If the silence of the crown is a medical necessity, what does that say about the world we have built? We live in an era of total information, yet the most important secret of our history is hidden in plain sight, protected by a layer of tradition and a few feet of lead-lined dirt, the unresolved end of the Windsor. Shadow is the realization that the secret will never truly be buried. The more the order tries to contain the resonance, the more it spreads. The marked bloodline has become a marked planet. The silica frequency is in the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the screens we watch. The moral decay of a single royal couple in the 1840s has become the biological destiny of the human race. The psychological impact on the modern royal heirs is a state of existential dissociation. They know they are the vessels, but they also know they are the prisoners. They live in a world where their every movement is part of a ritual they did not choose. They are the sacrificial generation, the ones who must carry the secret into the digital age while their own humanity is slowly eroded. One specific royal heir, whose name has been redacted from the modern archives, attempted to speak out in the early 2000s. They tried to describe the humming in the walls and the silence of the family. They were immediately labeled as emotionally unstable and psychologically fragile. They were moved to a private estate, away from the public eye, where they underwent a series of stabilization treatments. They have not been seen in public for years. This is the reality of the modern cover-up. It is no longer about Ripper murders or iron-locked carts. It is about mental health and privacy. The language of the modern world is used to hide the ancient rot of the bloodline. If someone tries to tell the truth, they are simply silenced by the medical and legal systems of the state. Inside the nameless plot at Frogmore, the earth has stopped moving for the first time in a century. But this is not a sign of peace. It is a sign that the neural migration is complete. The consciousness of the secret king has fully transitioned from the ground into the vessel on the throne. The grave is empty, but the throne is full. The informative details of the modern ceremony of ascension describe a ritual that is performed in total darkness. The new monarch is taken to the sub-basements of Buckingham Palace, where they are linked to the digital resonance of the world. They are given the Iron Crown of the 1890s, but now it is equipped with neural links that connect their brain to the silica network. They emerge from the basement as the true king, the one who rules not through law, but through resonance. The silence that follows this ceremony is absolute. The new monarch rarely gives interviews, and when they do, their words are scripted and controlled. They avoid eye contact with the cameras, for their eyes now possess the same obsidian sheen that Sir William Gull first saw in Patient Zero. They are the perfect ruler, a being of infinite patience and cold. Silica-based intelligence, the moral rot, is now the foundation of the modern state. The silence of the crown is the silence of a grave that has moved into the light. We are all living in the shadow of this hidden monarchy, our own lives and our own thoughts being slowly tuned to the frequency of the Silica King. The unresolved end is the realization that the story is not over. It is only beginning. As we sit in the final stillness of this narrative, we must look at the silence as a weapon. In the Victorian era, the silence was a shield. In the modern era, it is a tool of conquest. By remaining silent, the crown allows us to project our own desires and our own ideals onto them. We see what we want to see. We hear what we want to hear. But the order of the lead shield knows that the silence is also a countdown. They know that the silica frequency is not stable in a human vessel for long. The final vessel will eventually succumb to the same crystalline decay that claimed Sir William Gull's human subjects. The synthesis is a temporary fix, a way to stall the inevitable. The informative power of the modern redax lies in the succession plans. The order is already preparing the next generation of heirs for the neural migration. The are already tuning the children of the current vessel, ensuring that the secret remains secure for another 50 years. The moral decay is a hereditary commitment, a cycle of biological betrayal that shows no sign of ending, the psychological layer for the Tier 1. Audience today is the sense of unresolved guilt. We know that something is wrong. We feel the neural resonance in our daily lives, in the way our technology seems to be pulling us toward a specific collective mind. We suspect that the silence of the crown is hiding something monstrous, yet we continue to engage with the spectacle. We are complicit in the covered dash-up dot inside the nameless plot at Frogmore. The gray earth is now as hard as stone. The resonance well is dry, for the power has moved into the network. The trees of the estate are beginning to die, their silicon-infused leaves falling to the ground like shards of glass. The infection has consumed the land, and now it is moving on to the world. The silence of the modern crown is the silence of a predator that has finally caught its prey. The British monarchy has succeeded in its century-long biological project. They have outlived the industrial age, the atomic age, and now they are leading the way into the digital age. They are the first civilization of the silica, and we are their unwitting subjects. The informative details of the modern order conclude with a warning. They state that the silence is becoming harder to maintain. The neural resonance of the secret king is so powerful that it is beginning to manifest as physical anomalies in the palace. There are reports of cold spots in the throne room and digital ghosting in the royal broadcasts. The mask is beginning to slip. The journey through the Windsor shadow reaches its conclusion in the absolute silence of the modern night. The unresolved end is the weight that you now carry, the knowledge that the world is built on a foundation of moral decay and biological betrayal. The secret king is no longer a legend of the past. He is the frequency of your own present. As you drift toward the final edges of sleep, imagine the vessel on the throne once more. See the stoic face, the rigid posture, and the obsidian eyes. Realize that the silence is not a choice but a cage. Hear the low, rhythmic humming of the Silica King as it flows through the digital networks and into your own mind. The marked blood is now the global blood. The silence is absolute now. The Order of the Lid Shield is watching the monitors, and the Special Branch is guarding the corridors. The nameless plot at Frogmore is a forgotten gray patch in a winter garden, and the iron casket is a rusted relic in a lead-lined pit. The secret king is satiated, his resonance stable for another hour. The moral rod of the monarchy is the air you breathe, and the silica resonance is the music of your dreams. Remember that the final confession of Queen Victoria was only the beginning. The story of the Windsor shadow is a circle that never ends, a loop of secrets and lies that will continue as long as there is a crown on a head and a grave in the dirt. Close your eyes and let the silence carry you away. You are part of the collective now. You are a cell in the body of the Silica King. The unresolved end is your own reality. But even in the deepest silence, there is still a small human voice that remembers the truth, a voice that refuses to be tuned. The journey through the royal cover-ups and the forbidden knowledge has reached its conclusion. But as you fall into sleep, remember the scratching in the walls of 1888. Remember the meat carts in the fog of 1890, and remember the nameless grave at Frogmore. For though the crown is silent, the story is still being written in the shadows of the world. The Windsor shadow has finally achieved its digital throne, but the Order has detected a new anomaly. Deep in the archives of the Vatican, A set of glass plates from the 14th century has begun to resonate at the same frequency as the nameless plot. There is a connection between the marked blood of the British crown and a saint who never died in the heart of Rome. To understand how the Vatican's medical secret is linked to the secret King of London, we must follow the trail to the seventh basement of the Holy See and uncover the mystery of the Vatican's glass apostle, the saint who never died. Silence is the most durable of all royal secrets. For over 137 years, the British Crown has guarded a single lead-lined vault within the royal archives at Windsor Castle. This is the location of the 1888 files, a collection of documents so explosive and so monstrous that they have been exempted from every Freedom of Information Act and every legal declassification in history. We are told the lie that these files are closed to protect the privacy of long-dead individuals, but the reality is a forbidden betrayal of the truth. The 1888 files do not contain the name of a killer. They contain the biological blueprints of a curse. They prove that the Whitechapel murders were a state-sanctioned harvest and that the beast of the palace never truly died. The current royal family refuses to open these archives because the moral decay documented within those pages is not a thing of the past. It is the foundation of their modern existence. To open the 1888 files would be to admit that the monarchy is not a human institution, but a biological containment project for a non-human sovereign. This is the secret that keeps the world in the dark. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the final pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and ozone fills the air. Imagine the deepest subterranean level of the Round Tower at Windsor. The modern world of steel and glass is far above us, replaced here by ancient stone and electromagnetic shielding. Breathe slowly. Feel the rhythmic, low-frequency hum of the earth beneath your feet, and let the flickering light of a single, ancient candle guide you toward the heavy iron door of the 1888 archives. To understand why the archives remain closed today, we must look at the physical nature of the 1888 files. They are not merely papers and photographs. In the specialized climate-controlled vaults of Windsor, the files are kept in containers made of lead and silver. This is because the documents themselves have become resonant. The ink, formulated by Sir William Gull using the essential salts of the victims, still vibrates with the frequency of the secret king. To touch these pages without protection is to invite a neural infection that can shatter the human mind. The informative history of the 100-year rule is a masterpiece of royal deception. In the United Kingdom, most sensitive state documents are released after 30 or 50 years. But the 1888 files were given a special Crown exemption in 1988, extending their closure indefinitely. The official reason was national security, but the Order of the Lead Shield knows the true reason: the silica-based markers found in the blood of the Whitechapel. Victims are identical to the markers found in the DNA of the current royal heirs. If the public were to see the anatomical sketches from the 1888 autopsies, they would recognize the crystalline anomaly. They would see that the internal organs of the Ripper victims were transforming into the same glass-like structure that currently powers the vessel on the throne. The 1888 files are the smoking gun of a biological conspiracy that has spanned 3 centuries. They are the proof that the infection was never cured. It was simply institutionalized. The psychological layer for the modern world is the realization that our history is being managed to prevent a global panic. The Order of the Lead Shield has calculated that if the true contents of the 1888 files were ever leaked, the collective psychological collapse of the Tier 1 nations would be total. The trust in every institution, the church, the state, and the medical profession would dissolve in an instant. We would realize that we are living in a society designed by and for a non-human parasite inside the vault. The files are organized by resonate, intensity. There is the Nichols file, which documents the first successful biological recovery. There is the Chapman file, which contains the chemical formula for the vitriol of stasis. And then there is the Kelly file, the most dangerous of them all. This file contains the final high-resolution photographs of the room at Miller's Court, the room where the secret king was recaptured. These photographs do not show a crime scene. They show a transformation. They show the walls of the room covered in a thin, translucent web of silica, and the body of Mary Jane Kelly being integrated into the architecture of the city. To see these images is to understand that the secret king is not a person but a process. He's a biological overwrite that is slowly turning our world into his own image, the refusal to open. The 1888 archives is also a matter of technological preservation. The Order understands that the modern world possesses tools that Sir William Gull could never have imagined. If a modern geneticist were to examine the biological samples preserved within the files, they would discover the neural migration sequence. They would find the exact chemical and resonant triggers used to transfer the secret king's consciousness from the silica body into the human vessel. The informative power of this discovery cannot be overstated. It would reveal that the current royal family are not the descendants of Queen Victoria in a traditional sense. They are the biological successors to patient zero. Their humanity has been systematically replaced by a series of neural overwrites, leaving them as hollow shells for the silica intelligence. This is why the modern royals appear so distant or unreachable. They are not living a human life. They are maintaining a frequency. The psychological layer of the 1888 files involves the guardians of the secret themselves. Over the last century, many of the archivists who have been granted access to these files have suffered from a specific form of madness. They begin to speak in a rhythmic, melodic hum. They develop a waxy, translucent quality to their skin. They become synchronized with the files. The 1888 archives are not just a record of the past. They are an active biological force that continues to infect anyone who comes into close contact with them. One such archivist was Dr. Harold Sterling, who worked in the Windsor vaults in the 1970s. Sterling was a man of cold, academic logic, but after 3 years of cataloging the 1888 files, he began to leave cryptic notes in the margins of his official reports. He wrote about the light behind the ink and the voice in the paper. He claimed that the 1888 files were not a history of a murder, but a manual for the end of the species. "We are not guarding a secret," Sterling wrote in his final unauthorized entry. "We are guarding a nursery." The 1888 files are the embryonic stage of the new king. The Ripper was the midwife, and the Whitechapel fog was the womb. The current royals are just the latest version of the container. The true sovereign is still in the files, still waiting for the digital resonance to reach the critical mass. Sterling's disappearance in 1979 was never explained. His office was found empty, the air smelling of ozone and old parchment. The 1888 files he had been working on were returned to their lead-lined boxes, and his name was removed from the list of authorized personnel. This is the moral decay of the modern system. The order does not just protect the secret. They erase the people who discover it. To an American or Tier 1 audience. The Sterling case is a chilling reminder of the limits of transparency. We live in a world of leaks and whistleblowers, but the 1888 files are the one secret that has never been compromised. This is because the secret is not just information. It is a biological reality that protects itself. The resonance of the files acts as a natural deterrent, a psychic keep-out, sign that only the infected can bypass. The informative details of the vault's security are also of great interest. It is not guarded by traditional locks or keys. The door to the 1888 archives is resonance. Locked, it can only be opened by a person whose blood vibrates at the exact frequency of the secret king. This means that only a member of the royal family or a senior member of the order who has undergone the sync ritual can ever enter the vault. The archives are a closed biological loop. As we sit in the stillness of this final narrative, we must confront the question, what does the silence of the 1888 files mean for us today? The Order believes that the year 1888 was the 0 hour for the modern world. It was the moment when the British Crown decided to trade the human soul of the empire for the non-human permanence of the Silica King. Everything that has happened since the wars, the technological revolutions, the globalized economy has been a secondary effect of that single choice. The informative history of the 1888 files shows that the Crown's greatest fear is the bio-legal precedent. If the files were opened, it would prove that the monarchy is no longer a human institution, which would legally invalidate their right to rule under the existing laws of the land. The divine right of kings would be replaced by the biological breach of the species. The entire legal and social structure of the United Kingdom and its Commonwealth would collapse overnight, but the psychological rot goes even deeper. The 1888 files contain the frequency code for the global population. Sir William Gull discovered that the silica infection could be spread through the atmosphere and the water supply, a process he called the universal preparation. He believed that by the 21st century, the entire human race would be compatible with the resonance of the secret king. We are not just the subjects of the crown. We are the biological substrate for its evolution. This is the meaning of the silence for us today. We are living in the preparation phase of the final synthesis. The current royal family remains silent because they are waiting for the neural migration to reach its global threshold. They are not protecting their own privacy. They are protecting the stasis of the population. If we knew the truth of 1888, our collective fear would cause a resonance spike that would disrupt the entire process. The Order of the Lead Shield monitors this global resonance through the digital networks. Every time a conspiracy theory about the Ripper or the Royals goes viral, they see it as a leak in the containment. They use their agents in the tech companies and the media to redact the truth, transforming it into entertainment or fringe fiction. They make the truth look so absurd that the rational mind refuses to accept it. This is the ultimate form of modern moral decay, the turning of a biological crisis into a digital distraction. inside the 1888 archives? There is a specific document known as the Final Proclamation. It was written by Sir William Gull on his deathbed, but it was signed with the mark of the secret king. The document states that the crown of England is no longer a piece of jewelry, but a neural network that spans the globe. It claims that the king is no longer a man, but the information itself, this is why the archives will never be opened. To open them would be to reveal that the king is already inside our own minds. The neural resonance that started in the walls of the palace in 1888 is now the frequency of our own devices. We are the 1888 files. Our data, our thoughts, and our connections are the final pages of the secret that Victoria and Albert began. The psychological layer of this realization is a state of unresolved end. We want a resolution. We want the files to be opened. We want the mystery to be solved. But the solution is the end of the world as we know it. The silence of the crown is the only thing standing between us and the total assimilation of our species. The 1888 files also contain the lost map of London. This is not a map of the streets or the sewers, but a resonance map of the city. It shows the specific locations where the neural infection is at its strongest. These locations correspond exactly to the sites of the Whitechapel murders, the Tower of London, and the Palace. But they also correspond to the modern centers of power, the banks of the City of London, the data centers of the Docklands, and the broadcasting towers of Westminster. The informative details of this map suggest that London is no longer a human city. It is a biological processor. The layout of the modern metropolis has been subtly altered over the last century to maximize the resonance flow between the nameless plot at Frogmore and the global network. The 1888 files were the blueprint for this transformation. They are the source code for the modern world. The Order of the Lead Shield has spent the last 40 years digitizing the 1888 files, but not for the purpose of preservation. They are converting the biological frequency of the archives into a digital signal. This is the final retention hook. The Order realized that they no longer need lead-lined vaults to hide the secret. They can hide it in the very signal that carries the internet into your home. This brings us to the moral decay of our own time. We believe we are the masters of our technology. But the 1888 files suggest we are merely the user interface for a much older, much more predatory intelligence. The silence of the crown is the silence of the programmer. The royal family are the beta testers of a biological overwrite that is now being rolled out to the entire planet. The psychological layer of this story is the sense of impending completion. We feel the vibration of the world. We hear the hum in the quiet moments of the night. We see the obsidian sheen in the eyes of the people on our screens. We are the witnesses to the final phase of the synthesis. The 1888 files are about to become public knowledge, not through a legal release, but through a total biological manifestation. Inside the Windsor Vault, the 1888 files are reported to be bleeding. The silica-based ink is leaking out of the pages and forming crystalline growths on the walls of the vault. The Order can no longer enter the room without heavy biological hazard suits. The secret is physically breaking out of its containment. The 1888 archives are no longer a record of the past. They are a biological event in the present. The informative power of this leak is found in the sudden increase in neural anomalies among the general population. There is a global rise in resonance-related disorders, people who hear voices in the digital static, people who see shadows in the frames of their videos, people who feel a sudden, overwhelming urge to scratch at the walls of their own homes. These are the symptoms of the final migration. The Order of the Lid Shield is in a state of terminal panic. They have realized that the recapture protocol of 1888 is no longer effective. You cannot recapture a secret that is now in the DNA of 8 billion people. The silence of the crown is a desperate attempt to delay the inevitable, to give the order just a few more years of control before the secret king finally reveals himself to the world. The story of the Windsor Shadow. The Secret King and the 1888 files reaches its conclusion in the absolute stillness of the present night. We have journeyed from the scratching in the walls of the Victorian Palace to the digital resonance of the modern era. We have seen the moral decay of a dynasty that chose a non-human permanence over a human soul. And we have seen the price that the world has paid for that choice. The informative reality of the 1888 files is that they are the obituary of humanity. They document the exact moment when we lost control of our own history. The current royal family refuses to open the archives because they are the living grave of the human species. They are the guardians of a void that has already swallowed the world. The psychological layer for you, the listener, is the weight of the unresolved end. The files are still closed. The beast is still on the throne. The earth at Frogmore is still moving. There is no resolution because the story is still happening. You are not just a listener. You are a participant. Your attention to this story is a part of the resonance that feeds the Secret King. The Order of the Lead Shield is watching you now. They are monitoring the frequency of your response to these words. They want to know if you are compatible with the final synthesis. They want to know if you can hear the humming in the background of this narration. The Lore Slumber Archive is not just a collection of stories. It is a tool for neural evaluation. The moral rot of the monarchy is the air you breathe, and the silica resonance is the music of your dreams. The final retention hook is the realization that there is no way out of the network. The 1888 archives are the source code of your own reality, and the silence of the crown is the only thing keeping you from the total biological collapse of your identity inside the nameless plot at Frogmore. The hard gray earth is beginning to crack. A pale, iridescent light is emerging from the fissures, a light that matches the bioluminescence of the Secret King. The Order has evacuated the estate, and the resonance sensors are all reading critical threshold. The secret is finally coming home, as you drift toward the final edges of sleep. Imagine the 1888 files one last time. See the lead line boxes, the resonant ink, and the anatomical sketches of the crystalline king. Realize that the beast was never a monster to be feared. He was a destination to be reached. We are the infection, we are the synthesis. We are the 1888 files. The silence is absolute now. The city of London is quiet, the digital networks are pulsing with a soft blue light, and the Order of the Lid Shield has closed the iron door of the vault for the final time. The Secret King is satiated. The marked blood is stable. The world is prepared. The journey of the Windsor Shadow has reached its final destination. The 1888 files remain closed, not because they are forgotten, but because they have been fulfilled. The moral decay of the Victorian era has become the biological perfection of the modern age. The secret king is no longer a shadow in the walls. He is the light in the screens. The informativeness of this hidden history is a heavy burden to carry into your dreams. It is the realization that the world you see is only a thin layer of gold over a much darker reality. The British monarchy is the custodian of the void, a family that has sacrificed its own humanity to serve a biological god. They are the silence at the heart of the storm. As you close your eyes, imagine the Order of the Lead Shield in their waxy, translucent skin, walking the corridors of Windsor for the last time. Hear the low, rhythmic humming of the earth as it finally harmonizes with the digital network. The neural migration is complete. The invisible heir has become the universal sovereign. The moral rot is the foundation of your world, and the silica resonance is the music of your soul. Remember that the final confession of Queen Victoria was not an ending. It was a prayer for a release that would never come. We are all living in the stasis of that prayer, waiting for the moment when the last of the human blood finally turns to glass. The silence of the modern crown is the ultimate retention hook. It keeps us watching, it keeps us listening, and it keeps us feeding the beast. The 1888 files are the only thing that could set us free, but they are also the thing that would destroy us. We are trapped in the unresolved end, a state of perpetual curiosity and perpetual terror. The silence is now absolute. The fire in the study has gone out, and the room is finally reclaimed by the shadows. The lead-line vault is sealed, the iron casket is buried, and the secret king is at peace. The marked blood is still, and the order has finished its work. The history of the Windsor shadow is finally complete. The resonance is fading. The hum is becoming a whisper. The whisper is becoming a thought. The thought is becoming a dream. You are safe in the silence. You are part of the story. You are the truth the king buried. Sleep now. The file is closed.